Well, hey guys, good morning. Welcome back to the Karen Reed trial. It's going to be a very exciting day today. If you've been watching this trial for a while, this is a day you have been looking forward to for quite some time with the cross examination of Jennifer McCabe. Well, I'm going to start by just getting the obvious out of the way right up the bat so that then as the stream goes on and people come in and are like, what's up with Andrea's face? You can be like, she told the story at the beginning of the stream. So you can see I kind of messed up my eye pretty good this weekend. And it's kind of a funny story because if this is not your first day on the channel, then you probably already know that I box. I've been doing it for a while, quite a few years, but I haven't been sparring lately. I'm just getting a little old for that much wear. You know, it's very high intensity, puts a lot of wear on your body, and it's hard to recover from it. So what ends up happening is I spar for a while and I just kind of accumulate all sorts of low grade damage until something becomes a problem, and then I got to rest for a while and let it heal. So lately it's been my shoulder, and I haven't sparred since like January. It might even be longer than that, but I know for sure it was before I went to Chile, which was in February. So I haven't been sparring for a while. Well, but Coach Brandy gets a hold of me. One of the OG girls from way, way, way back in the day, like so far back, I barely even remember her. I do remember her, but just barely. She is still around and she's taking some pro fights and she's looking for sparring. And this girl's my size. Now, guys, unheard of. Okay. I never get to spar girls my own size. It just doesn't happen. There aren't that many of us in the boxing ring. So almost every single time I'm sparring, I'm either sparring girls that are smaller than me, or I'm sparring guys that are closer to my size. So a girl my size, like, wow, this is a treat. Plus, like, she knows what she's doing. You know, she's not some novice. Like, this is going to be awesome, right? So I'm like, well, super not conditioned for this at all, right? You lose it real fast. I mean, the saying that there's being in shape and there's being in fighting shape, big difference between these two things. Just a whole other set of gears that you got to get into in the ring when people are coming at you and stuff. So I'm like, I know my conditioning is not great. My gas tank is not going to be awesome. But I'm down. I can just always, I box pretty defensively. It's not like I'm going to get my ass handed to me or anything. So I decide I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and spar, and I'm going to go ahead and give this girl some work. Well, so you thought this was going to be a story about how I got my ass completely handed to me in the ring, but no, actually, it went great. We had a great day. It was great sparring. Had a really good time. No, I didn't have the gear to be able to like really give it to her and give her good work, but I was fighting defensive, and I'm able to keep my range. Fight at the distance and whatnot. Didn't really take any hard shots, was able to kind of counter her coming in, all the good stuff, all the good work. So I go home Saturday, pristine, perfect, completely untouched. And like an hour later, and I'm outside my yard and I'm picking weeds. I got a hat on and I see this weed over there, and I go to grab the hat. What I don't see is there's a big freaking tree branch right in my line of sight, and my hat's blocking, and boom, slipped myself right into that tree branch. So the pine tree caught me slipping, and that was embarrassing and really dropped me pretty good. I mean, God, that tree landed on me better than pretty much anybody has in quite some time. So that's how I messed up my face. The pine tree caught me slipping, and it's fine now. It's just just looks a little gross, but whatever. Kind of a fun story. So anyway, I have been looking forward to this cross-examination probably just as much as any of you guys, because I mean, this is really the key to it, right? I mean, if we're going to buy that there is some kind of conspiracy that we're pinning this, we're framing Karen Reed, something happened inside 34 Fairview, but we are now covering it up. Then Jen McCabe is really at the heart of that conspiracy. She's at the heart of that theory, because it was her running around, kind of being the communication between everybody that she's then deleting, doing the Google search of the Hoslong to die in cold, all that stuff. So she's the one that is really particularly vulnerable on Cross. And I'm expecting to see a lot of things. I mean, obviously these details that she's going to be challenged on, but also the evolution of the stories that she's told over time. She's given multiple statements, presumably testified in the state and the federal grand juries, although I don't know for sure, but I'm sure we'll find out. And now, of course, testified here at this trial today. And the story has, shall we say, evolved. Has evolved and changed, and isn't necessarily the same story that she was telling on January 29th when she was first interviewed. And so it started to grow first with the addition of the I hit him, which was not part of the original recounting. It was something that she contacted Sergeant Lank later on to add to her story. By the way, I remembered that this happened. To some things that I noticed even just in this last telling on the stand, the idea that Karen is showing up kind of crazy, screaming out in the cold outside her house unexpected. According to the prior statements, she had told Karen to come over to her house and that they would go look together. So kind of this inflation of the Karen hysteria, taking place that morning. I did, of course, as I always do, I looked at quite a bit of the commentary over the weekend. And the thing that really struck me is just how people really did not like her. she did not, she did not come across as likable. And so, and I mean, I have to confess, I really got that too. Just not an instant impression of, this is a warm person I'd love to have as a friend and welcome into my house and stuff like that. Like, no, not getting that. And so I went back and rewatched some of it, and I think I have a little bit of a sense of what it is. And it's a lot of it, I think, is because she is very expressive with her face when she talks, and a lot of micro expressions. There's just a lot of things going on. She really shows a lot in her demeanor when she's talking. And what really shines through very, very vividly is a lot of contempt. There is just a lot of contempt, and you see it most visibly with a lot of eye rolls. This eye roll that she blinks and rolls her eyes a couple times. And it was funny because when I was going back and rewatching day 14, I was noticing, she does this a lot when she says people's names. When she says her daughter, she rolls her eyes. She says John's niece, she rolls her eyes. She talks about Nicole, she kind of rolls her eyes, and like, just this kind of like, oh, I'm so exhausted dealing with this stuff kind of impression. And there's a lot of little hints of little micro smirks, little like patting herself on the back, kind of when she feels like she did something really well in her direct testimony. And the first time I noticed that was when she is telling the story of how she first met Karen and John's niece, and she refers to John as JJ. She gets to the end of the sentence, and you can just see it's almost like she's fighting a little smile at the corner of her mouth because she doesn't want to smile outright. This is not a happy situation we're supposed to be in, but you can just see it there that she's pleased with herself. She's very, very happy with that answer that she gave, and she's trying real hard not to let that show all over her face. So those are just kind of the things that I noticed that gave me an impression of Jen McCabe. And I'm sure I'm not alone. Obviously, from, like I said, a lot of the commentary is quite negative to her, but also these are just things that we aren't necessarily, when we talk to somebody, we aren't consciously looking at this type of stuff and breaking it down, but you notice it on a subconscious level. You pick up on nonverbal communication, and it gives you an impression. And so that's a hill she's really got to climb with this impression that she's left of just sort of, yeah, just the contempt, the very, very contemptuous. And that emotion is not real in sync with the nature of the proceeding that's going on. When you're claiming John is your very good friend, you love John, you miss John, you're very sorry for John's death, you do anything to help share, to help solve, the mystery of John's death. Well, it's just really out of sync with that to be so like, just so like annoyed that you even have to be here, that you have to be doing this, that you have to be answering these questions. So annoying that these people are not just taking your word for it. Um, it just doesn't quite fit. So it's going to be interesting to see how and to what extent she demonstrates more of this on cross-examination. If she is this impatient with direct, she's this disgusted with having to be there and tell her own story in her own words, how much worse is it going to be on cross-examination with somebody who is not going to be showing her respect? I'm not saying he's going to be like, he's not going to be improper. He's not going to have the kind of decorum that doesn't belong in the courtroom. It's going to be very formal with it, but it's going to be pretty disrespectful. I'm just looking forward to see that, because the impression you get is that this is somebody who is kind of used to being in a high position, looking down on others. I have a little bit of a sense of this group, this friend group in Canton, as kind of like, it's really honestly kind of like the chicken flock, okay, where there's a lot of personalities and there can be drama and stuff like that. There's very much a hierarchy. There is a pecking order, okay? That's pecking order. I love all of these chicken like metaphors and idioms and stuff like that you only kind of really understand when you really get to know chickens. But the pecking order, absolutely a real thing. There's always a queen in that flock. She is the boss. She is in everybody's business. She's putting them, I want you over here, I want you eating that, I'm going to eat this now. She's the one calling the shots. Definitely get that feel from Jen McCabe. And even I thought it was interesting, yeah, even with her own sister, when she talks about Nicole, she just talks, she says her name, Nicole, and then she closes her eyes and just like a solid, hard closing her eyes for a second, like she needs to rest after saying this name. And it makes me wonder if that's how she's been her whole life. She's kind of the one in charge. She's the one that's sort of putting people in the positions that they're that she wants them in. And just how annoying is it when they aren't already there, right? When she has to go and correct them and deal with that stuff. And so that's the feeling that I get from this contempt that I've picked up on in her body language and her expressions and stuff like that. But I expect that to be turned up to 11 with Mr. Jackson, because he is really not going to cooperate with her and with doing things the way she wants to be done, asking the questions that she wants to be asked, accepting the answer just because she gave it, and not questioning her, not pushing back with, well, for example, you told us that when you first got to John's house, Karen made a whole point of pointing out the broken taillight to you, which, by the way, is another thing, doesn't appear in any of these earlier versions of events. Karen made a point of taking you and Carrie to the back of her car to show you the broken taillight before you go inside. And it was so funny to me watching Lally. Lally then immediately puts that video on the screen, and we watch it and we see not that happen. I mean, not that at all. Like, she comes straight out of the door of the driver's side door of the car and goes straight in John's garage. She's nowhere near the back of the car the entire time. She's nowhere near the headlight. She's on, like, literally about as far from that point on Karen's SUV as you can possibly be on video. We can see it with our own eyes. So he's going to be pushing her with those types of things and confronting her with the way that her story is going to contradict the physical evidence, the evidence of the calls, the evidence of the Google search, uh, the evidence, again, of just these inconsistencies in the stories. We've already been previewed as well. Her story, her explanation for the Hoslong to dying cold is that while they were at the scene early in the morning, she and Karen are in the back of the patrol car, and Karen at that point asked her, Google how long it takes for someone to die in the cold. And so she's trying to, I guess, revise this 2:27 a.m. Google search to say, no, it didn't actually happen then. It happened later in the morning at 6:30 or something like that. And I was in the back of the patrol car with Karen. That's why I did it. It's Karen's fault. Well, but we've already seen quite a lot of the dash cam. We've seen the part of the dash cam where Karen is put into the back of the patrol car and she's alone. Jen is not there with her. In fact, I'm not sure if Jen is inside 34 Fairview at this point, because remember we watched the dash cam video that seemed to show someone kind of edging up the driveway towards going in the house. So Karen is alone in that back seat of the patrol car. She is not there with Jen. Now, I don't know. I don't remember if we saw like every second of that video, but you can be sure we're going to see that on cross-exam. We're going to see the whole thing. And if she doesn't get in that car, yeah, there's going to be a problem with her explanation about the origin of that Google search. And so then the question is going to be, how do you handle that? I think most sane people, when they're confronted with video evidence of this didn't happen the way that you've described it, they're going to realize, oh, well, the video evidence here, this is primary. This trumps my memory. Memory is a funny thing, as Alan Jackson said. So I might be surprised. I might be like, wow, I can't believe that's what I'm seeing, because that's just not how I remember it at all. And that's so crazy because I have very distinct memory, da 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 da. But you're going to acknowledge that the video trumps you. Some people, though, remember, like Amber Heard, she would not let that extrinsic evidence overcome her account. She would rather look at a photograph of her pristine face that she has claimed as, covered with broken eyes and broken nose and cuts all over and things like that. She would rather look us in the eye and tell us that those things are present in the photograph that we are looking at with our own eyes and not seeing, than admit that she got it wrong, that her memory is not first and foremost when it comes to like establishing just the reality of events. And I just have hints of that in Jen McCabe. I just have hints that might be what we get from her. We might get the gaslighting, not the acknowledgement and backpedaling and, oh, I guess I was wrong. But it's just, it's not, I wasn't lying. It's crazy how you remember things. You remember things wrong sometimes. So that's going to be a big question on cross-exam. How does she handle those inconsistencies? Does she insist that she's right no matter what? Or is she going to be willing to acknowledge the fact that occasionally these things are not going to line up, and the jury is going to believe what they can see with their own eyes, not the talk is cheap that's coming out of somebody's mouth on the stand. Those two things are in conflict. We're going to believe what we can see with our eyes. So, yeah, boy. It really is funny how the more trials you watch, the more common themes like this just seem to pop up over and over again. You start to see the same kinds of characteristics, the same kinds of tendencies on the stand. You start to see the same A lot of the same, obviously, trial strategies, but even like some of the same legal issues and stuff like that. They just pop up over and over and over. And of course, with all the time I spent on Depp versus Heard, see that in so many cases. And I can't help but notice the corollaries here. I guess anytime you got liars, okay, so you got people lying, it's going to be pretty easy to tie that into. Remember that time we watched Amber Heard lie like a banshee on the stand? Uh, but it goes to that extra level when you have a hoax, when you have something constructed deliberately to mislead and to divert. Um, and then watching that crumble, watching it fall apart, we can see it happen. We saw it happen in Depp versus Heard. We can see with our own eyes that that's what's going on. I feel like that is we are on the precipice of that in this case. We've already start to see so much crumble. It just reminds me of when, the sort of collateral hoaxers in Depp v. Heard. They started to crumble. They started to have different stories about little details of things. Some people saw injuries. Some people only heard injuries. Some people talked to Johnny Depp personally and got admissions. Some people Amber never told. Some people Amber did tell. And it just was kind of all over the place with how all that stuff came out. So that then by the time we get to Amber Heard, uh, it's really put up or shut up time on this story of, being beaten and abused for many years. I feel like that's kind of the precipice that we're at in this point. We've seen enough stuff crumbling, enough shady stuff come out. Why are you getting rid of your phone the day that there is a massive nationally televised court hearing about whether you're going to be ordered to preserve your phone? Why are you so eager to get rid of your phone? Your explanation for this is not good. Your birthday 3 months or 3 weeks before, that's not a good reason. That does not explain the timing to me. Okay. Uh, Birthday 3 weeks ago might as well be, your birthday a couple months ago. It doesn't have relevance to the events you're trying to tie it to. Things coming apart with these records, this evidence that it just seems like these witnesses don't know about because they really seem to be getting caught by surprise. Nicole Albert with those early 6 a.m. phone calls with Jen that she claims she didn't answer, but the records seem to show that there were calls then. And so the explanation is that the records were wrong. Similar with the butt dial, the explanation we got for those calls with Brian Higgins, butt dials, uh, not really landing as the most credible explanation ever. Not because butt dials never happen, but just because under these circumstances, I'm just not buying it. I'm just not buying it. You have your glasses in the bed too. You don't break. You don't. Ugh, no, no. It's just not a great explanation why you would mash around on your phone with your body somehow, passcode, unlock it, make a call, hang up a call, receive another call, answer it, hang up seconds later. This is a lot to expect me to buy into. And of course, the issue is that as these problems, these things that are difficult to explain away, as they start to accumulate, it becomes a lot of coincidence to ask me to accept. So there's something shady here. That's really the problem that the Commonwealth's witnesses have to be able to overcome. There is something shady going on here. Now, I don't know for sure that this is because they know something about what happened to John O'Keefe. They're involved in what happened with John O'Keefe. I haven't seen that yet. We're not even at that point in the case uh, because I haven't even seen yet that a car hit him. Haven't even established that at this point. So the defense is going to have a whole other opportunity after we're done here to spell it out for me even more clearly. Why do we know and how do we know that the shady thing that these people are hiding and that they're scurrying around trying to cover their tracks? has to do with John O'Keefe's death specifically, and not just something shady was going on. They didn't want law enforcement attention. They didn't want eyeballs on them, on their house, questions being asked. I can't rule out it had nothing to do with John. There's just something else shady going on here that they don't want to be caught on. But the problem is that it's just now we get into the coincidence of the timing and the fact that you're scrambling, you're trying to hide all this stuff. Coincidentally, right in the time frame that John O'Keefe is dying on your front lawn, and found the next morning, and the investigation occurring and stuff like that. Uh, the timing is gonna make me think those things are probably connected. Correlation does not equal causation, of course, but you don't have causation without correlation. And when a lot of these things are starting to correlate, the shady stuff, the timing, all of this is correlating around the same incident having to do with John O'Keefe being found dead on your grass. You're not on trial, so I'm not saying I'm going to believe this beyond a reasonable doubt. If that was my standard to accept the hoax, then I don't think we've met that. At least not to me, not at this point in time. But thinking that is very much a possibility, enough that I am going to have reasonable doubt that Karen Read backed her car into John O'Keefe and killed him. Yeah, absolutely, without question. If the Commonwealth does not put its foot on the gas pretty quick here, and make that case that is what happened mechanistically, that is what happened. Show me how it happened. Show me how it corresponds to the injury. Show me how the data corroborates it. Uh, if they don't have that, then I'm not even sure why we're here, honestly. I'm sure that they have something. It's just going to be a question of how strong is it. Is it something that is direct or inferential, I've talked about before, or is it just going to be something that the defense is going to be able to pick started here? I don't know what this whole thing is down there for. This is like the modern billboard for for attorneys shopping for clients. Now you can buy a code, you can buy a QR code on law and crime. What an era! What an amazing time to be alive. So it looks like they're starting up at the bench this morning. A little chit chat to have before the jury gets in. Can't say I'm too surprised about that. I'm sure the Commonwealth is going to want to mitigate what they know is coming, and so if there's stuff that they can keep out, I'm sure they're gonna be making that effort. But I saw also we got a notice this morning, a notice of discovery filed from the end of last week. The Commonwealth, in the middle of trial, still producing discovery to the defense. And people wanted to know, well, is that usual? Is that common? It's not super common, no, but it's also not that uncommon. But where you're typically going to see that is with rebuttal stuff, right? The defense is put on their witnesses. Somebody says something that can be disputed, and so the Commonwealth can go and find that and bring it in. So an example of that in a role reversal type of situation here might be Matt McCabe testified on the stand. Oh, the them we were talking about in the text message was the Channel 4 News. They had gone down to D&E Pizza. We were talking about what to tell them, not coordinating our stories for police or anything like that. Well, it would make perfect sense for the defense now to go down to Channel 4 and see if they can get somebody to corroborate. Did you send a crew down to D&E Pizza on February 1st? And if they can get somebody who would say, no, that didn't happen. We never had any crews. We weren't even paying attention to the story. Then really, then that's going to be rebuttal evidence. You're going to be able to bring that in to show, this guy was not punished in that situation. So that kind of thing does happen midway through trial. it's just strange in this context because, of course, we're not even in the defense case yet. Mr. Jackson looks a little amped. He kind of always has that look, but his eyes look a little bit bigger today. He looks like he's got some adrenaline pumping.
It's quite the menagerie. Jeff, you see
Do we know what the new discovery was? We don't. I did not see at least what it was. I'm not sure if that is public, if it's just a document that they file to give notice of something being turned over to the defense, kind of to make the record of when it happened. But typically discovery is not public, so it's not something that we would know unless until it gets disclosed.
You know what? I'll be right back.
All right, please.
Gotta wait. Judge Bev needs something. I guess we're waiting for the jury, but I don't know. Taking our sweet time this morning. Nobody's in a real rush to get Ms. McCabe up on that stand. You know, I actually am not sure. I'm pretty confident we'll be done with her today. But I did wonder, is it possible? Could he take up the entire morning on this cross? I mean, if he wanted to, I think he could. I just don't know that it's really to his advantage to do that. I think generally in a cross-examination, it's best to just use your hardest shots. You know, there's no point in going out there and trying to showboat and dance around. That could be dangerous. So just go land what you have to land on her. Land them hard. Go sit down in your corner.
I'd say the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Court is now open. You may be seated.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning again, Counsel. Ms. Reed. Good morning, jurors. I want to ask you those same 3 questions. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone?
Well, sunny, happy Tuesday morning, Judge Bev. How long is that going to last?
Were you also able to follow the instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case?
Yes.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here on Friday?
No.
Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you very much. May we have Ms. McCabe, please?
So again, just be mindful of step out.
Raise your right hand. You solemnly swear the evidence you're going to be in court and jury in the case now hand should be true, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Re-swore her. Normally you just remind him that you're still under oath.
All right, Mr. Jackson, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, family is important to you, is it not?
Yes,
As a matter of fact, it's probably fair to say that family is one of the most important things in your life.
yes,
You indicated on Friday that you know John O'Keefe, or you knew John O'Keefe, and you considered him a friend.
yes,
You also indicated that you know Ms. Reed, and at some point you considered her a friend.
yes,
But clearly, John O'Keefe was not family, was he?
no,
He was not a McCabe, correct?
no,
He was not an Albert.
no,
Karen Reed is not family, correct?
correct,
Not a McCabe,
no,
she's not an Albert.
no,
Ms. McCabe, When you were at Waterfall on the evening of the 28th, going into the early morning hours of the 29th, you spent some time with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
Correct.
You didn't see any tension between the two of them at the time?
No,
Matter of fact, they seemed like a normal couple to you?
I didn't see them interact much.
They were both engaging with you, correct?
I had separate conversations with them.
So John O'Keefe, we've seen from several videos, I'm not going to play the video, John O'Keefe was situated for the most part over in that corner as the camera is looking, the right corner of the bar, along with you, Nicole O'Keefe's, I think Matt McCabe was over there as well, correct?
I can't be sure, but I know I spoke to Karen in that corner.
And certainly you saw nothing to suggest that there was any tension or discord between and among those individuals, certainly between Ms. Reed and Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
When you left Fairview, were you among the first to leave or among the last to leave?
I left there was 4 of us that left total. It was
Which one?
myself, my husband, Matt, Julie Nagel, and Sarah Levinson.
When you walked out, Karina Kolkithis was close by, close himself, correct?
Oh, wait, are you talking about leaving the waterfall?
The water.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was confused. I was talking about Fairview. Leaving the waterfall?
Correct.
Yes, we were one of the last to leave.
All right. And Miss Karina Kolkithis was sort of in tow right with you as you were walking out, correct?
Yes,
And Karen Reed, my client, was also heading that direction as well, correct?
yes,
And you said something to Miss Reed, did you not? As you walked out.
we were in a conversation. Yes.
Did you say specifically, you're coming with me to Karen?
No,
You didn't say that.
not exactly those words.
What exactly were the words that you used?
I said, why don't you come with me?
And you even waited outside in what was ultimately freezing cold temperatures for Miss Reed, correct?
Yes.
If you could take a look, Your Honor, with court's permission, Exhibit 53, I'd like to play about maybe a 15-second clip from that.
Okay.
Adjusting in her
it's a little
seat,
bit longer than that. It may be
getting ready to fight.
Can we
She's
pause
got a
this?
lot of defiance.
For the record, Your Honor, this is about runtime 12, 10, and 17 seconds or so. If you could move that up, Mr. Bates, to 12, 10, and about 45 seconds. That's close enough. Ms. McCabe, do you recognize what's depicted in this portion of the video?
I see a car. It's kind of hard to see. I don't know what the thing on the white thing is.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it. Let's see if you recognize any of this. Pause, please. That's a terrible place to pause. A little further. It's also not super clear. Can you see a person in that video?
From where I'm sitting now.
It's a little tough.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and play it forward. Well, actually, we can that just a little bit. Did you see a person in the background right there?
Honestly, I can't make out what that is.
Let's play it forward and see if this helps. Okay. Now do you see a person?
Yes,
The lighting is terrible. I apologize. Not my video. Do you know who that person is?
I don't know.
That's you, isn't it?
I can't tell from that picture if that's me.
Okay, let's maybe play it a little bit further forward.
Who puts a flag right in front of their security camera?
Awesome.
Fire someone.
Now, with the flag out of the way, do you recognize anybody in the foreground down at the bottom right?
That looks to be John.
Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes,
You see someone to his right,
I do. Yes.
and who is that person?
I cannot make it out in the photo.
Okay, let's go ahead and play it forward. And pause. You see the person with the sort of white shoes just above the car.
Yes.
Does that appear to be you?
I can't make that out that it's me, but I know I was there and I know I spoke with them.
Okay, so you do recall walking outside and sort of waiting and hovering in about that area, correct?
I was talking with them.
Okay. Does it appear that you're talking with them in
No,
this frame?
that looks like they've walked away.
As a matter of fact, it looked like they walked away without talking to you outside, correct?
Well, do you have video of moments before that when I was standing talking to them?
Oh, that's what it
Questions
is.
and you get to answer.
A video
Okay,
that's
so
not
you
there.
introduced yourself standing in the parking lot after John and the person to his right had walked
Yes.
away. Okay, let's play it forward just a few more seconds. Go ahead and pause. And what do you appear to be doing at that point?
Walking to my car.
Okay, so you turned around and left after Mr. O'Keefe.
Now she's
and the person
conceded
to his
it's
right
her.
walked away, correct?
Correct.
As you sit here, even though the video leaves a little to be desired, you know that John O'Keefe left with Karen, correct?
Yes,
So the person to his right, the more petite person with the long hair, that would be Karen.
I would assume.
Okay, so you waited out in the parking lot for a few minutes after you said or joked, "You're coming with me," or something like that, correct?
I wouldn't, no, I was speaking to them
Mm.
and then I walked to my car.
You didn't say to Mr. O'Keefe.
You were
"You're
not
coming with
talking
me."
to
You
them
said
in that
to Karen
video
Reed,
we just
"You're
watched.
coming with me," or something to that effect, correct?
Mr. O'Keefe was not outside when I said to Karen, "You're coming with me." I told Karen, "You're coming with me," because John was still in the bar with Matt.
So you asked Karen to come with you in your car,
Yes,
to give her a ride,
yes,
separate from John O'Keefe.
yes. I figured he could go with Matt because they were still in the bar.
Was there a reason why you wanted to separate Miss Reed from Mr. O'Keefe at that moment?
No,
Why not just walk to your car with Matt and go where you're gonna go?
Matt was still inside.
So you thought it was important enough to make the statement, "You're coming with me," or something to that effect, to my client, to separate her from John O'Keefe, even though your testimony is John O'Keefe was just inside the bar.
Objection.
Sustained as to that form. Ask it differently.
Sure. Did you believe it was important at that point to ask Miss Reed to come with you, which would separate her from John O'Keefe?
There was never any idea of separating them.
Except for the fact the idea was, "You're coming with me," not "you two are coming with me," correct?
Incorrect.
By definition, if she came with you, you'd be separating her from John, wouldn't you?
We were standing outside
That question
talking.
could be answered yes or no. By definition, your statement to her, "You come with me," would separate her from John. wouldn't it?
Would not, because we were all going back to Fairview Road.
Oh, she's now
Not at the
not
same
conceding
time.
the obvious things.
Your idea is to bring Karen.
It's okay. You can say, yeah, I guess it'd be
separate
separated,
and apart from John.
but that wasn't.
We
the
were
point.
waiting for John to come out, and I said, "Why don't you just come with me?" It was innocent.
I'm not asking for your explanation. You'll get to that with Mr. Lau. I'm asking for a yes or no question, or yes or no answer. By definition, your invitation would separate Karen from John, would it not?
Objection.
Right over.
Sustained. Move on.
Would it or would it not separate John and Karen for the ride over?
Objection.
Sustained.
Now, when you arrived at Fairview,
She feels like she won that. Look at that little smirk.
some folks were already there, correct?
Yes,
Who was already there?
Brian Higgins, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, Sarah Levinson, and Brian Albert Jr.
And then you arrived, as we saw, you walked through the parking lot, got in your car, you arrived, I presume, with your husband, Matt McCabe.
Yes, correct.
I want to ask a question about Mr. Higgins.
Mhm.
testified on Friday that you saw his vehicle when you got to the scene, correct?
Yes.
And you said that it was pulled up a little bit in front of the mailbox, correct?
Yes.
Can we have exhibit 66 with the court's permission, please?
Okay.
This is a digital model of the location. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
There appear to be a relative scale model of 34 Fairview.
Yes.
This would be the front door, correct?
Yes.
And where's the mailbox? If you can point to it with the laser pointer. Okay, so you're pointing to an area just in front of a car that's in the driveway, correct?
Yes.
And then the driveway's to the right,
Yes.
and then along this line is the front lawn area and property line of 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
You indicated that that Jeep was just a little bit in front of the mailbox, meaning about there, correct?
Yes.
And the rear end of that Jeep would be butting up against the driveway,
Yes.
or at least the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes.
That's quite a bit of detail about where that Jeep was. Would you agree?
No, because I drove down the street and I took a left into the driveway and there was a Jeep there.
What I'm asking is, you didn't just say, your memory was not just somewhere in front of the house. It's literally right in front of the mailbox, the front end of it, adjoining the line of the driveway, correct?
Yes,
That detail obviously stuck out in your mind.
it did because I was wondering whose Jeep it was.
Did you discuss that detail with your husband at any point?
Not sure.
You're not sure? Might have?
I'm not sure if I said whose Jeep is that.
No, I don't mean then. I mean between then and now, have you and Mr. McCabe ever discussed where that Jeep was, your memories of where that Jeep was?
Possibly.
You're aware that he put the Jeep in the exact same place that you did.
Objection.
Are you aware of that?
I am. Oh, wait. No, excuse me. Repeat the question.
You're aware that he puts the Jeep in the exact same spot you just put the Jeep, right in front of that mailbox, correct?
I know he knows where the Jeep was. I'm not aware what he said in here.
Does he know where the Jeep was
Good-
because you
good
told him
clarification.
what to say about the Jeep?
Absolutely not. It's because we drove together in the car
Got
and
it.
I asked. I possibly could have asked.
One at a time, please,
I'm
ma'am.
sorry, I didn't mean to
He
step on your
adds
words.
and
That's
adds
okay.
and
You can
adds.
continue.
Look at that.
Thank you.
We asked,
Appreciate
I might have
I
asked.
don't think we
on
got your
herself.
answer, though.
Okay.
Yeah, I think Madam Court Reporter was asking for your answer.
Can you repeat your answer?
To the question of did he know where the Jeep was?
Whether or not you told him where the Jeep was.
I did not need to tell Matt where the Jeep was. He knew because we were in the car together.
But you two discussed it.
When are you asking?
At any time between January
Evasion.
29th and today.
I'm sure we have, yes.
You were also interviewed by Trooper Proctor on January 29th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And you were asked a series of open-ended questions. What did you see? Where did you see it? Correct?
Yes.
Are we putting words in your mouth?
No.
We told you what to say at that time.
No.
And you told Trooper Proctor that when you arrived at the scene, after you got there, you, quote, first observed the vehicle, meaning Miss Reed's SUV, parked on the street by the drive-in of Chapman. Correct?
Do you have something I can look at to refresh my memory?
Sure. Do you not have a memory of exactly what you told
Sure.
Trooper Proctor?
Well, I know what
Yes or no? You need your memory refreshed?
I would like to see what the report says, please.
Permission? Yes. Thank you.
Ooh, and now that slow blink. I would like it. Very imperious.
More directed to-
Yeah, if she's not handling this very
Paragraph
milk
3.
toast
Mhm.
stuff
This is
very
the
well,
face page. you'll review
She's
that,
gonna like the spice.
especially the highlighted portion. Let me know after you've reviewed it. Just read it to yourself.
Yeah, she really thinks she can talk her way out of everything. Just add another detail to explain. This is
Did you
so
have that,
Amber-like.
Does that refresh your recollection?
Yes, I know I told,
All I'm asking you, I'm so sorry to do this. I don't mean to be rude. I'm just asking you, does that or does that not refresh your recollection?
regarding,
What you said to Trooper Proctor on the 29th?
well, I know what I said to Proctor Trooper on the 29th.
I have to do it this way, it's court rules.
Mhm.
Does that help you with your recollection of what you told Trooper Proctor?
I didn't tell I told Trooper Proctor the car was outside when I looked at the front door, it was straight outside.
I can't quite get the answer I'm looking for. The court is going to require me to ask this question again.
Mhm.
Does that refresh your recollection, yes or no, as to what you told Trooper Proctor? Yes.
I did not say this to Trooper Proctor, no.
It doesn't help?
No.
Okay, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
So the reports are wrong again.
So you did speak to Trooper Proctor on the 29th, correct?
Correct.
And Trooper Proctor asked you some very specific questions about where things were, correct?
Correct.
Focused on Miss Reed's SUV, didn't he? Asked you questions about where Miss Reed's
If
SUV
you
was.
can show me in the report.
Do you not remember?
So just off of what I just read, is that what you're going off of? Yes?
I'm asking for your memory, you're testifying.
Yes, so my memory is exactly where the car was.
Hold on. So it's very important that both of you, one person at a time, speaks.
Okay.
Madam Court Reporter has to do what you're both saying, and she can't do it simultaneously. So the best way to do that is, Ms. McCabe, just let counsel ask the question
Okay.
and then you answer. And if it takes a lot more time than we expect it to take, it does.
Okay.
Okay, so just
Thanks.
go ahead, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll slow it down. Did you talk to Trooper Proctor about where the SUV was?
Yes,
Thank you. And he asked you questions about where it was situated outside, correct?
yes,
And you told him that you first observed it parked on the street by the driveway facing the direction of Chapman, correct?
I told him that when I looked out the front door, the car was straight ahead. And yes, it was facing up Chapman.
And you left out a little part by the driveway, correct?
That could have been his interpretation or an error on his part.
I see. So Trooper Proctor is wrong about what you said.
Objection.
No, I'll let him have it.
Yeah,
Do you
that's
think he's
allowed.
wrong about what you said?
I 100% said it was straight out the front door.
Okay, next question, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. And during the course of that conversation, you never once, Ms. McCabe, not once, mentioned a several-ton Jeep with a snowplow attached to it, did you?
I'm not sure if I did or not.
Let's take another look at the report. Would that refresh your recollection to see the report?
Objection.
Do you think that will help you?
She's looking trapped.
I'll take a look at it.
Okay,
May I?
yes.
Direct your
You're letting
attention.
her
once
be
again to
really
paragraph
evasive with this. I don't remember, not making her clearly establish she doesn't remember, but she's just getting to look at it anyway.
You've had an opportunity to review.
I have, yeah.
May I approach you on?
Yes.
That looks like a report from Trooper Proctor of your interview, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
That interview was taken just a few hours, not days or weeks, hours after the events in question, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked what you saw, what you observed in front of 34 Fairview on that morning, correct? I'm sorry, the night before, correct?
He asked specific questions about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And when you said where you remember Miss Reed's vehicle being, you placed it in the exact spot where you're now saying there was a Jeep with a snowplow on it, correct?
Incorrect. I never placed Miss Reed's car in the spot where Mr. Higgins' vehicle was.
So as Trooper Proctor was taking notes about what you were saying, he just got it wrong.
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
I will.
Mhm.
And you never mentioned, according to that report, not one word about a Jeep, right?
I may never have been asked about a Jeep.
So if you weren't asked about a Jeep, you also weren't asked about a Nissan Altima. Mention that?
No,
Right. Because what he asked you was, what did you observe in front of the house? Ma'am, that's what he asked you, wasn't it?
no,
And you said, I observed her car by the house.
no.
And you never mentioned a Jeep, did you?
You are not portraying what the conversation was.
Did you or did you not mention a Jeep sitting on that, right by that driveway to Trooper Proctor? Yes or no?
It's not in the report. I don't recall if he asked me about a Jeep.
Now, following the events of January 28th, 29th, you spoke extensively to Chris and Julie Albert, correct?
What do you mean by extensively?
Did you speak at all?
Yes, we did.
Between then and now, to Chris and Julie Albert?
Do I speak to Chris and Julie Albert
Have you spoken to them about these events between then and now?
about this case? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking about this case.
Of course, I speak to them all the time about the vicious harassment we are all receiving.
That wasn't my question. My question was, did you talk to them about this case, Ms. McCabe?
Yes.
I realize you want to give additional answers in the editorial. I'm asking you very specific questions.
Objection.
Okay, so objection as to the form. We've talked about this at sidebar, Mr. Jackson.
You've talked to them about the details of that night, correct? The 28th going into the morning of the 29th.
Yes.
You've talked to them about what happened at the bar, correct?
We've spoke about how we were all at the bar and Karen and John came in.
Is that yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You've spoken to them about your memory of what happened at the house at 34 Fairview that night, correct?
Yes.
You've spoken to them about who was at the bar, not just what happened, but who was there, correct?
Correct.
You talked to them about the timing of the night, correct?
I don't think specifically, no.
When people came to the bar, when they left, when people got to Fairview, when they left Fairview, things of that nature.
Well, they were at the bar, so they know who was there and when they left.
And ask if you know what they know. I'm asking if you've ever spoken to them about these issues. Yes or no?
I can't be sure if we've spoken about the timeline.
And you've talked to them about when they got there and when they left.
I have no idea when they arrived at the waterfall.
Once again, Ms. McCabe, that's not what my question was. Do you understand my question?
He's
Have you
answering
spoken to them
what she wants to say.
about their memory of that night and when they came and left?
They have not shared with me when they got there or when they left.
In the 2 years or 2.5 years since this event, you've had extensive conversations with your friends and family about this circumstance, correct?
Correct. Yes.
You've told them your observations, your story, correct?
Correct.
Your observations of the night.
Correct.
And they've told you their observations of the night, correct?
Correct.
So y'all have compared and contrasted your perspectives of what happened that night, correct?
We've tried to figure out what happened to John, our friend.
And you've talked to them extensively about your observations and what your story or your version is. Is that right?
To be honest, not extensively. Speaking about it is very painful and difficult.
What does extensively mean? More than twice?
Well, you tell me.
I'm asking the questions, Ms. McCabe. That's how this works.
I understand, but extensively would mean almost every day.
Do you talk to them almost every day?
I do, but not about the case.
Subjects about this case come up every day?
The harassment of the case does, yes.
What about the specific facts of the case?
No, it's the facts aren't spoken as much as the vicious harassment is spoken about.
Understood. So you've told them your version of the events, correct? And they've told you their version of the events.
Correct.
And remind me, Chris and Julie Albert are, in fact, Colin's parents.
Correct.
At some point, you became aware that your daughter, Allie, was involved in this matter to some extent, correct?
Yes,
You became aware that there was an extraction of your phone that revealed some data about her whereabouts.
that's not how I became aware now.
Like 360?
Yes, I know what that is.
That's what I'm asking about.
Mhm.
You became aware that your phone was extracted, correct?
I willingly handed over my phone.
Oh, we'll get to that.
Oh, okay.
You know that your phone was extracted.
Yes, I handed it over.
And you know that your daughter's whereabouts were revealed based on data on that phone, correct?
That is not how I became aware of my daughter's whereabouts.
You testified at the state grand jury,
Mhm.
questioned by Mr. Lally, correct?
Yes,
You were asked about the Life 360.
yes,
You answered those questions very fluidly.
yes,
Yes, I know what Life 360 is. I use it all the time. It's an app, etc.
absolutely.
Okay, let's go over that for a second.
Mhm.
You admitted that it works as a quote GPS as far as where people go and everywhere that you go, correct?
Correct.
You indicated that it works as a reliable quote unquote tracking device, is your testimony.
Correct.
You indicated that you rely on it, quote, so you know where your kids are at all times. Is that right?
Correct.
And you even said that it's a quote unquote good parenting tool. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you said that is because it's accurate in your experience and it's reliable. Is that right?
It's a good tool, but it is not always accurate.
But you said, when you testified in front of the
Mhm.
great grand jury, that it's accurate and it works as a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere you go, correct?
Objection.
Did you say that?
Can I see it?
Do you remember?
Sure.
Jackson, make her go through the formalities, not this can I see it. No, if you don't remember, you can be refreshed and you can see it, or you can deny it, and then we'll show you where you said it anyway. Wonder what she told the grand jury. Why was she talking to the grand jury about the Life GPS?
Yeah,
Was
Brooke,
she, or
yes.
the Life 360? Was she telling them that it corroborated Allie leaving
Lines 13 and 15.
at 12:10?
You said 13 through 15?
Yes, ma'am.
Mhm. Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mhm.
Did she just gulp a little?
Does that refresh your recollection?
It does, yes.
Question and answer.
Well, I just don't see the word accurate on there. I don't know if I missed it.
Ms. McCabe, does that refresh your recollection as to the question and answer about whether you said it works as sort of a GPS as far as where you go and everywhere that you go?
Correct.
And your answer was, yeah. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. So where did Allie go after she supposedly dropped off Colin Albert?
She went nowhere.
Did you check her Life 360 app to verify that she went, quote, nowhere?
At that point, I had no reason to check her.
So the answer is no, you didn't.
No.
Okay. Did you ever verify through the 360 app that in fact Allie did not go home, but rather was out driving until after 1:30 a.m.? You ever check the app and see that?
Did I ever check like 360 app for that?
Yep.
No.
Okay. But you believed her when she said she came home.
Yes.
And just like you believed her when she said she picked up Colin, dropped him off, and then came home.
Yes.
Okay. The Alberts had a dog, pardon me, correct?
Yes.
What was the dog's name?
Chloe.
You indicated that on the morning of January 29th,
Mhm.
After 6 a.m., it was still relatively dark out, you burst into the bedroom of Brian and Nicole Albert's home, correct?
Yes.
You did that specifically to wake up, according to you, Brian Albert and Nicole Albert, correct?
Yes.
Where was Cody?
I don't know.
So you'll agree that, at least from their perspective, you walked in the front door unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
You walked upstairs unexpectedly, correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside, right?
Yes.
You walked through their door and you said you burst into the door into a dark room where they were sleeping, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert said that you were somewhat hysterical. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
You were loud, right?
I was trying to wake them up.
You were somewhat chaotic.
Yes.
And you don't remember a 70-pound German Shepherd having any reaction.
No.
Matter of fact, you don't remember the dog being there at all, correct?
Correct.
You never saw that dog, correct?
I have no memory of seeing that dog.
Okay, so as you sit here today,
Mhm.
you cannot say that the dog was here because you don't have a memory of ever seeing it.
I did not see it. No.
And remind me once again, when you were leaving that night, that early morning before,
Mhm.
who was the last person to leave? It was Caitlin?
I believe she left after us.
And how do you know that?
We've talked about this and I want to get into a little bit more detail about it. You indicated that at some point you looked outside and you saw Karen Reed's SUV in front of the house. Safe to say, correct?
Correct.
About what time was that you first saw it?
I can just give you maybe approximates. I know I texted when I saw them, so whatever time that was.
All right, let's see if we can narrow that down just a little bit.
Mhm.
You also indicated that you saw Ryan Nagel's vehicle outside.
Saw lights.
Okay. Lights belonging to the vehicle, right?
Yes, I knew there was another vehicle outside.
And where was that in relation to Miss Reed's vehicle?
It was behind it. I didn't pay much attention to it.
Okay, and where was the Jeep in relation to Ryan Nagel's vehicle and Karen Reed's SUV?
I remember seeing Karen Reed's SUV straight, and then I saw the lights of Ryan Nagel. I did not pay attention to where it was. I was just looking at Miss Reed's vehicle.
Was Ryan Nagel's vehicle and those lights that you remember,
Mhm.
were they in front of the Jeep or behind the Jeep?
I am not certain.
Haven't you testified previously that you remember the Jeep being between Ryan Nagel's vehicle and the SUV?
I am not certain where Ryan Nagel's vehicle was.
So as you sit here now, you don't know if it was in front of the Jeep as you placed it by the mailbox.
It would be,
Let me finish my
Mhm.
question.
Mhm.
Behind the Jeep or somewhere in between?
it definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
Definitely was not in front of the Jeep.
No.
So it was definitely behind the Jeep.
Behind or to the side, I'm not sure.
Well, if it's parked on the street in front of the house, it's not going to be beside the Jeep, right? That's going to be in the middle of the
It
road.
would have been in the middle of the road, correct? So if it's pulled over, it's behind the Jeep.
Okay, so now we've narrowed that down. It's Karen Reed's SUV, as we're looking at the property, Karen Reed's SUV. To the right of that, as we're looking at from the street, at the property, to the right of that Jeep, behind that Ryan Nagel's vehicle, correct?
Correct.
You sure about that?
If my memory serves right, yes.
If your memory serves you. Okay. So you were asked about the arrival of Mr. Nagel's car at the state grand jury. Do you recall that?
I believe so.
That was in April 26th, 2022.
Mhm.
Just
Okay.
to remember. Okay. Does that sound about right? I
Yep.
don't expect you to
Yes.
revise that date.
Yes.
You were asked, what time did you see Ryan Nagel's vehicle arrive at the location? And you indicated that it was 12:23. You remember that?
Do you have it?
I do.
Do you need to have your recollection refreshed? Do you not remember?
Yeah.
Actually, you really got to pin her down on that. Get your formalities, because that's how Bev can screw you up on your impeachment if you don't. Make a good record about whether she is being refreshed
Lines
or being
21
impeached.
and on the highlighted portion.
Okay.
May I interrupt?
Yes.
You were asked, do we know what time the brother came, meaning Ryan Nagel?
Okay.
Correct?
Correct.
And the question from Mr. Lally was, that was from a grand juror, the question from Mr. Lally was, if you know, correct?
Correct.
And your answer was, I believe he was out front at 12:23. Is that right?
Correct.
And the reason you could be so precise with that time, Ms. McCabe, is because you had asked Julie Nagel to give you her text messages with Ryan for that night, and you would refresh your recollection about the time, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you've also testified that as soon as you saw Miss Reed's SUV, you texted John. Is that right?
Correct.
Here, exclamation point, question mark. That was the first text, right?
Correct.
But your text to John was at 12:27. You recall that?
Yes.
That's 4 minutes after you know Ryan Nagel arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Since Karen Reed arrived before Ryan Nagel, she and John had to have been there 4 to 5 minutes before you ever saw her, correct?
Objection.
Is that right?
Ryan Nagel texted his sister at 12:23 here. And then he texted again that he was going to leave. Then Julie Nagel went outside,
Ms.
and
McCabe, that's not my question.
I'm explaining what happened in the 4 minutes.
You can explain at another question. My question is very specific. Given the fact that Karen Reed, by definition, arrived at the location before Ryan Nagel, and Ryan Nagel arrived at 12:23, that means, and you didn't notice the SUV until 12:27, that means her car was there for at least 4 minutes before you ever noticed it, correct?
Objection.
Is that correct? Can you answer that question?
Correct.
So John could have gotten out of the car.
The snow condition. We've heard a lot about the snow condition. I'm not going to beat that dead horse. But it's safe to say that you would agree with me that it was a light dusting of snow, correct? And I should be specific about the time. It was a light dusting of snow at or around 12 to 12:30, 12:45, something like that.
It was starting to accumulate.
And accumulate means stick to the ground, not just fall and melt, right?
Yes.
So it was starting to turn like a very thin blanket of white.
Yes.
You indicate that, or you indicated on Friday that you saw some sort of tire tracks. Is that right?
On Friday? I don't believe.
I thought in your testimony to Mr. Lally on Friday, you indicated that you saw some tire tracks. I could be wrong.
Yes, I don't remember that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, did you see any tire tracks?
At one point, yes.
Okay, when was that point?
I'm not sure.
Was it before Ms. Reed's vehicle got there? Was it after? Let's use that as a barometer first.
I believe it was after Miss Reed's vehicle was there, because that's why I was drawn to look outside.
And what did those tire tracks look like? How would you describe them?
Almost like as a wave went like this. So
Like a half J?
to my recollection, it was almost like started, if Miss Reed's vehicle's here, let's pretend, it was kind of like that.
Just-
Like a bit of a wave. So if you started on coming towards her, it'd be more of a wave.
Like the weird
Okay.
Like
wave
this in
Matt
the road.
said that he then said was
sounds
a
like
3-point turn.
Perhaps, I don't want
That
to.
they originally said was a
Perhaps.
3-point turn.
What you're describing is tracks in the middle of the road. If someone is pulling off parallel, they would pull to the right and then stop. And those are the tracks that you saw? That's the wave that you saw?
It wasn't up to her car. It doesn't look like your description.
Okay, fair enough, I'm just trying here. So
How'd you
when you go
notice
up to
them?
her car,
Not connected to her
those
car.
tracks belong to somebody else.
Well, when I saw her car, it had already moved up.
Well, wait a minute, you already said that when you saw her car, it was directly in front of you.
And then it moved at one point.
Right, that's not what I'm asking about. Let's just take the point at which you first saw the car.
Mhm.
Is that yes?
Yes.
Okay. When you first saw the car,
Mhm.
that's when you saw the tire tracks. You just said that.
No, I did not say when I first saw the car, I saw the tire tracks.
I thought you just said a couple of questions ago that you saw the tire tracks because your attention was drawn to her car. That would be the first time you saw her car. Correct?
I'm saying I saw the tire tracks because I was looking out at her car. I never said when I saw the tire tracks or where her car was when I saw the tire tracks.
Why don't you spell that out?
I thought you just said, as I asked, when did you see the tire tracks? You said, I saw the tire tracks when I looked and saw her car because my attention was drawn to her car.
My notes
I
say
saw the
after
tire
her
tracks.
vehicle
That would be
was
the
there.
first time you looked at her car, correct?
It's not, doesn't have to be the first time I looked at her car. I looked out multiple times.
Did you see the tire tracks the second time?
Well, I'm not exactly sure.
Did you see them the third time?
Again, I'm not sure.
Okay, so it could have been the first time.
Could have been.
But they didn't lead to the back tires of her car, did they?
No.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
In addition to Trooper Proctor interviewing you on the 29th, you also gave extensive testimony on April 26th, 2022 in front of a state court grand jury, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about the location of Miss Reed's vehicle. I'm still staying with that for just a quick second, if you don't mind. Is that right?
Correct.
You were asked where that SUV was in relation to Ryan Nagel's car. Is that right?
Would I be able to look at it to refresh my memory, please?
Well, let's start with this. Do you remember being asked about
There you go, Alan.
Karen Reed's SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck?
To be honest, I've had a few grand juries, so if you could show me what you're talking
New
about,
grand
I would
juries?
greatly appreciate it.
Quite a Western look on this shirt Karen is wearing today.
Let me have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Let's speed things up, Your Honor. Let me have just a moment.
Okay, take your time.
Very 70s. I'm getting it's a little too geometric to be so 70s. I feel 70s is more like flashy Art Nouveau, like paisleys and foliage and stuff.
May I approach?
Yes.
This has got almost a Navajo
The
kind of feel
entirety of
to
your
it.
state court grand jury.
Tribal.
Okay.
I'm going to direct your attention to pages 182 to 187. You can probably scan those pretty quickly and just let me know after you scan those.
Okay.
Those pages, I should say.
Art Deco, I can kind of see that, but it's just hard. Like Art Deco's got like rounded lines and stuff. It'd be softer. This is a hard pattern. I don't know, I can't decide if I like it or not. She said okay, but now she's still looking again.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, come on, camera. We wanted to see her.
I did, yes.
As you glance at those pages, my question is relatively simple one. I wonder if you have an opportunity. At no point, when you were describing the vehicles that were out front, in front of 34th Fairview on that night, at no point, under oath, in front of that grand jury, did you ever mention a Jeep? Did you?
I was not asked about any other vehicles out front.
So when you were talking about the vehicles that you saw in front and with some painstaking detail, talking about the black SUV and Ryan Nagel's truck, you just left out the Jeep because nobody asked you about it.
I didn't read anything in that about Ryan Nagel's vehicle.
Did you miss it?
I must have.
Okay.
Is it in there?
Yeah, it is.
Okay,
You were,
what,
in fact, asked about Ryan Nagel's Jeep, weren't you?
if you want to show me.
Well, I don't want to sit here and, did you review your
I
transcript?
just read it all. I didn't see it.
Ms. McCabe, you
Objection.
can't interrupt when I'm talking.
Okay.
I will do the same for the security. Okay? As you reviewed those pages, you were asked about the cars that you saw in front, did you not?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle.
Okay. And at no point did you mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's vehicle, as you testified today, correct?
The questions were all about Miss Reed's vehicle.
At no point, my question is this, it's yes or no? You did or you didn't? Did you mention ever in that grand jury that there was a Jeep behind Ms. Reed's vehicle? Yes or no?
I'm not sure. I'd have to read it all.
As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep?
I was asked about Miss Reed's vehicle, and those are the questions I answered.
You need to keep your
Okay.
voice up, please.
Sorry.
Let's try this again. As you sit here, do you recall mentioning the Jeep, ma'am?
I would have to reread the transcript.
You don't have to reread the transcript to answer that question. Do you recall mentioning the Jeep? If you don't, you don't.
I may not have been asked about the Jeep, so I did not mention the Jeep.
Fair enough.
She just will not answer the
Did you,
actual
Mr.
question.
Higgins, between then and now, between the date of the incident and now, have you ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about where his Jeep was parked?
No,
You ever had a conversation with Mr. Higgins about anything having to do with this case?
I do not believe so.
Did anyone, leaving Mr. Higgins aside, did anyone tell you anything about Mr. Higgins's Jeep and what he testified to?
No,
Were you ever asked by anybody to mention a Jeep being behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
can you repeat the question, please?
Were you ever asked by anybody to make sure you mention a Jeep being parked behind Ms. Reed's SUV in this trial?
Not that I recall, no.
Not that I recall.
After you arrived,
Definitely, you told
and you
Trooper
noticed
Proctor it was
this
there.
SUV outside, you started paying somewhat close attention to it, did you not?
I went to the front door and looked out the window at the vehicle, yes.
As a matter of fact, you texted as soon as you saw the vehicle, that 12:27 here, correct?
Correct,
And then a few minutes later, at 12:31, you texted, "Pull behind me," to John. Is that right?
correct,
And then at 12:40, you texted, "Hello," correct?
correct,
And at 12:42, you texted, "Where are you?"
correct,
And at 12:45, you texted, "Hello," correct?
correct.
So that's 5 text messages. And each time you texted him, you were walking to the door and looking out at the vehicle as you're texting, correct?
I know for the first 2 I was.
You testified at another hearing, another proceeding on June 8th, 2023, correct?
Correct.
In that other proceeding, did you testify that you got up and sat down and got up and sat down every time you were texting?
Possibly.
Okay, so if you got up and walked over to the door and you see the SUV and you text,
Mhm.
and then you walk away from the door and sit down for a second, that would be one text and one view of the SUV, correct?
Yes.
So if you did that at 12:27, 12:31, 12:40, 12:42, and 12:45, you'd agree that's 5 times that you were up and down looking at the SUV, correct?
I'm not sure if I did it 5 times.
How many times do you think you did do it?
I know I definitely did it the first when I said here. I know I definitely did it when I said pull behind me because that's when the vehicle had moved up a little bit.
And then did you see the vehicle move up again? A second time?
Yes, that's when I told him to pull behind me.
Okay, so that's the first time. So just so we're clear, when you first saw the SUV, it was stationary, correct?
When I first saw the vehicle, it was straight ahead out the front door stationary.
And you texted here.
Correct,
Then you went to the storm door and you said, pull behind me, correct? At 12:31.
correct.
All right. At that point, you saw that it had moved up a little bit. Is that right?
Yes,
Okay. So if you saw it move up a second time, which you just said you did, then that would be a third time that you had to have seen it and texted, correct?
why would that be third time?
Because it only moved once so far. You saw it move twice.
So the first time I saw it, it was here. And I said here. And then the next time I texted, I said, pull behind me. So that was 1 time, 2 times.
Keep going.
We know that.
You said you saw it pull up again a second time. You said you saw it move twice.
From one place to the flagpole to further up.
Right. So that's 3 times that you're up to the door.
Okay.
Is that yes?
I'm telling you, my memory is twice to the door.
Mr. McCabe, it's not a trick question. You just testified that you saw the car move twice. By definition, that has to be, you looked at it 3 times. Stationary, move once, move twice.
Maybe I used the wrong wording.
Maybe.
Maybe. No, you saw it 3 times. You
have
had
this
to have
moment
looked
here.
out 3 times. Come on.
So When you testified in front of this other proceeding, didn't you testify that you walked up and sat back down 5 different times, watching that car and texting every single time?
Would you be able to show me that?
It's gonna take a
Don't
minute.
remember.
I have one, Your Honor. Thank you.
It's just a big old chunk of grand jury testimony he's having to go through.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Take a look at those 4 pages. For the record, that's pages 780, 784.
Okay.
Bait stamped. After you've had a chance to review that, just look up and let me know.
I really wish he was pinning her down more. I mean, she is being like, grabby, give me the transcript, give me the testimony of what I said before. I really would like to see him establishing, why are you asking? Because if you don't remember, then you can be refreshed. If you're denying that you said it, then you can be impeached. But you don't get to just preview, try to figure out where he's going and what he's asking you by looking at the transcript first and then tailoring your answer based on now remembering what you said in the previous proceeding. That's the whole point. He's trying to show discrepancies. And so I'd like to see him being a lot more technical with this. She's dancing around, committing to answers. Yeah, she is. She's being very slippery. And what she's doing is she's answering the question she wants to be asked, not the question that actually is. And so that can make her difficult to pin down. You got to be pretty relentless about emphasizing very specifically, this is what I'm asking you. Are you saying you don't remember that? Now, it could be that he doesn't want to seem too aggressive with her, too bossy, too, too pushy. He's trying to play the nice cop routine to some extent. That's a possible explanation. You don't necessarily want to look like you're being mean to the lady on the stand, especially when you're a man. But it doesn't mean you cede control of what gets answered to the witness. You got to hold your ground.
May I?
Yes.
you had an opportunity, Ms. McCabe, to review those few
Leaning
pages from
forward,
your
chin up.
testimony in June of 2023.
Yes,
Did you talk about, you were asked about getting up and sitting down and looking at the SUV several different times and texting?
yes,
In fact, you indicated that you got up and looked outside through that storm door several times, correct?
yes,
And as a matter of fact, you looked every single time that you texted, you indicated that you looked out at the SUV and saw something that prompted you to text something, correct?
correct.
And then after the last time, which would be 5 times, 5 texts, 5 looks, after the last time you texted, you got back up, which would be a 6th time, and the SUV was gone. Just chronologically.
Correct. My husband and I were both getting up and looking, so,
I didn't ask you about your husband,
okay,
just about you. The answer is correct.
yes,
So you're indicating that you were trying to communicate with the occupant of the SUV that was sitting, what would you say, 30 feet outside the front door?
I'm not good with distance.
It's further than you and I are from each other, correct?
Correct,
At least double that, right?
correct.
Okay, so could you give me, maybe yards are easier, like 10 yards, 15 yards?
Again, I'm not good with measurements.
Okay, just right outside the front door, though. Within,
Straight outside, yes.
well, straight outside until it moved.
To the front door. Of the front door is where it was.
Interrupting him
Okay,
in the
straight outside
questions.
until it moved, according to you, correct?
Yes, and then it moved, correct.
And then moved the second time, correct?
Correct. It moved to the flagpole and then it moved up again.
Okay, then you indicated that you had an absolutely clear view of the SUV. You were asked those questions, correct?
If I had a clear view,
Clear view.
I could see the car out front. Yes,
You were asked, you were looking out the front door of the house. Your answer was, uh-huh. You were asked, and there's a window in that door, right? Answer, it was opened. Yeah. Question, so you had a clear view outside. Answer, a clear view outside. Yes. Remember that?
yes,
Okay. And is that your memory? You had a clear view?
I had a clear view of Karen's vehicle outside, correct.
And then you reiterated that with the following exchange. Question, was the amount of snow coming
Objection,
down
Your Honor.
sufficient?
So let's hear the question.
Was the amount of snow coming down sufficient to obstruct your view of the vehicle, or did you have a clear view of it? Answer, I had a good view of it. Objection.
The objection is as to the form of the question and the reading.
No, that's okay. I'm going around the question.
Was that your testimony?
Yes,
So not only did you have a clear view, you indicated in your words you had a good view of it, right?
correct,
Then you noticed that the SUV was gone after the 12:45 text, right?
correct,
So you're looking at that SUV over the course of between the beginning text and the end text, it's about 19 minutes, right? 12:27 or so to 12:45, 18, 19 minutes, something like that, correct?
correct,
Maybe add a minute because you got back up and didn't text, the SUV was gone, right?
correct,
So you would agree, we just do some basic math, you're looking at that SUV on average about every 3.5 minutes.
I guess I'm, if you want to pull out the times and you can look at them.
Well, we talked
We
about
can
the
say 'em
times, and
again.
we agreed that you were
Oh, 5
texting between
times.
12:27 and 12:45,
Correct,
right? So if you were just to divide that by 5 times, getting up and looking, I don't know, I'm doing the math in my head. maybe
18
it's
minutes.
3 minutes or so.
correct.
At no time did you hear any noise or sound outside that was unusual? Caught your
No.
attention? You didn't hear any squealing of tires or squealing of brakes?
No,
You didn't hear any screaming or yelling?
no,
You didn't hear any loud voices or foul language or doors slam?
no,
You didn't hear any verbal argument or the revving of an engine, anything like that?
no,
Matter of fact, you didn't hear any collision or crash, did you?
no,
Matter of fact, the entire time that you looked out at that vehicle with that clear and that good view, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary, did you?
no,
And you would agree with me, as you looked at the SUV, you're looking over the lawn to the SUV out at the street, correct?
Correct.
There was no obstruction between you and the SUV. You've already testified to that, is that right?
Correct.
And you could see everything in your field of view.
Correct.
And then you saw the SUV gone. It had driven away after 12:45.
Correct.
So I have a question, Ms. McCabe.
Mhm.
Where was the body?
I have no idea.
Ooh.
I'm assuming the body was on the front lawn.
The problem with that is you were looking. Watch.
I was looking at the vehicle and where it had moved.
You know what field of view is?
And you didn't see the body.
Would you like to explain it?
You had a clear and good view across that lawn to the SUV, didn't you?
When it was straight out, I did, yes.
You had a clear and good view of that SUV.
Now you're
the
gonna
entire
qualify?
time until it left, didn't you?
I could see the black SUV, correct.
Nothing was obstructing your vision.
I wasn't looking at the ground.
Black
I asked you about
SUV in
ground.
the
Yes,
dark.
we'll get to the ground. Nothing was obstructing your vision, was it?
No.
So you had a clear and good, your words, not mine, a clear and good view of the SUV
Yes.
and everything in front of it.
I never said everything in front of it. I saw the SUV. It's black. It has lights on. And as it moved, I could see it with its lights.
You had a clear view of everything between you and the SUV. All the things closer to you and the SUV.
I wouldn't say that.
So your view was obstructed on what was between you and the SUV, but not obstructed on the SUV?
That's not what I was saying.
No, of course not. Because if you had a clear field of view to the SUV, you could see everything in front of it as well, meaning between you and the SUV as well.
If I'm looking straight out at an SUV, I'm not looking down at the ground.
Let me ask you a question about that. You're focusing right now on my face
Yes.
as you're answering these questions.
Mhm.
You think you'd see, I don't know, an alligator sitting in front of me if it was there?
Objection, Your Honor.
You think you would see something? Can you clearly see that there is nothing between you and me except a podium?
Yes. Well, there's a table.
And you don't have to look down to see that,
So
right?
something extra.
Correct.
You're looking directly in my face, but you can see things that are between you and me because you have a field of vision, right?
Objection.
So I'm going to see counsel at sidebar for just a minute.
Oh, love that signpost. Get the jury to sit up and wait for that question. So I have a question. Yeah, and then come swinging. Where was the body? That is the $1 million question, isn't it? Everybody is wondering. Everybody is wondering. Where's the body? And now you just couldn't see. Now you couldn't see. You could see a black SUV in the dark at the curb on the darkest part of the property. Couldn't see the body. Couldn't see the body on the grass. Couldn't see a black blob. Couldn't see something standing out against the dusting of snow. Didn't see a shape, a lump, something like that, starting to get dusted on. Didn't see any of that. Yep, that's always been the hard thing to explain about this case. How come nobody saw him? Especially when you looked outside and you saw it gone, he should have been there. And you know, she answered, I have no idea. I honestly kind of feel like that might be truthful, that she maybe didn't know exactly where he was at that point in time. If he's being dumped out front later on, after all of the snow has accumulated, after his head wound has bled, maybe she didn't know where he was at that point.
May I proceed? Yes. Mr. McCabe, as you looked over that flat lawn with that good and clear view of the SUV, you could see the SUV, and everything between you and the SUV, correct?
When I looked out the front window, I could see the SUV clearly, like I'm looking at you right now, and it was further away than you are.
And you did it not once, not twice, not 3 times. You did it 5 times, and then a 6th after it was gone, correct?
Correct.
And after that SUV was gone, and you looked out that window with that clear and good view, there was no body, was there?
I never saw a body.
Thank you.
I wish I had.
Yeah, we know. We all know.
Sounds like that's a little rehearsed.
Not at all. It's not at all.
Objection.
I'll let the answer stand.
Third time we've heard that. Third witness we've heard that, huh? We heard that from Matt, heard it from Brian. I wish I had.
You left the location.
I bet you wish you had, because that would mean your story adds
right?
up.
Yes.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary as you got in. Was it your car or Mr. McCabe's car?
It was my car.
When you got in that SUV of yours, you didn't see anything out of the ordinary outside, correct?
I wasn't looking outside.
Okay. I know
We're
that
outside.
is the answer that you want to give to every question. My question is yes or no. Did you see anything out of the ordinary?
No.
Thank you. You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when you got in the vehicle?
No.
You didn't see anything out of the ordinary when the vehicle backed up?
No.
When that vehicle turned to the, I guess it would be to the right, to leave toward Chapman, and the headlights illuminated the area in front of you? Didn't see anything out of the ordinary then?
I wasn't looking out the front window.
Again, there's
You know,
that
you were
question.
talking about bread.
I mean, there's that answer. My question is, did you see anything out of the ordinary?
Well, you were asking about the headlights out the front. That's why I said I didn't see anything out there front.
Oh, you didn't see the headlights turned on?
I was turned to the back.
Right. Did you see that the headlights came on in the car?
Yes, in the driveway, the headlights came on.
Right. And you're seated in the front passenger seat, correct?
Correct.
So according to you, you got in the car and immediately twisted yourself, looking directly to the rear and never turned back around and never looked outside the windows.
Correct.
Is that normal for you?
Yeah, I'm a very chatty person, so I turned to talk to the girls.
So you made sure that you didn't look out the window.
Nope, that's not it at all.
You also didn't hear anybody, you did hear some girls in the back, since they were so chatty, talking about bread and sandwiches or something, right?
Correct.
But you never heard anybody say anything about noticing anything out of the ordinary, correct?
Correct.
You didn't hear Julie Nagel say that she saw a
Didn't hear the
black
blob.
object in the yard.
Never heard that.
But you were turned around, looking right out, according to you, correct?
Correct.
Indeed, engaging them in conversation, according to you,
Correct.
so that you can make sure that you weren't looking out the front or right windows.
Objection.
Can you answer that? Is that why you did it?
No, that's not why I did it. I was talking to the 2 girls.
But you didn't hear the conversation?
When you got home, what did you do?
I went up to bed.
What time do you think you got home?
Somewhere after approximately between 2 and 2:15.
Took you a few minutes to drop the girls off?
Correct.
When you got home, you got on your phone, correct?
Yes.
Before you got on your phone, you went upstairs to your bedroom.
Yes.
Did you use any applications? Well, let me ask it this way first. Did you make any phone calls, just using your phone, any phone calls after you got home, either downstairs or upstairs?
I do not believe so.
Did you use any applications to communicate with anybody through Wi-Fi? Do you know what I mean by that? Like FaceTime audio or WhatsApp phone calls, things like that?
Text message?
No, actually, and you may not use these, but I'm asking, did you use any kind of third-party app that uses Wi-Fi, VoIP calls, other than just a phone call?
No.
Sounds like you don't even know what that is.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Fair enough. So it's safe to say that you didn't use or you don't use any multimedia to communicate. You don't use FaceTime or Snapchat or Signal or anything like that.
I've used FaceTime with my children, yes.
Not for phone calls.
No.
Like FaceTime audio is a way that you can make a call. No,
I've FaceTimed with my kids at school, but,
that's videos. Right?
oh, okay, so yeah, I guess not.
You didn't do that night either.
Not that I recall.
Did you, now I'm gonna get back to your question. Did you text anybody?
I did, yes.
Who did you text?
I texted my sisters and I texted my husband and a friend in a group chat.
You texted your husband and a friend in a group chat?
Mhm.
Yes?
Yes,
Your husband was home?
yes.
I want to switch gears for a second.
Wi-Fi connected to the car.
And ask you real quick
Is that
about
where they got it? That's why they
later
were
that
asking.
morning when you went to John O'Keefe's house. You mentioned on Friday that you went into his house and began to look around for him when you first got there with Carrie Roberts and my client Karen Reed, correct?
Yes,
You indicated that you looked in his bedroom and saw that the bed was made, correct?
yes,
You indicated that you looked around other parts of the house looking for him, searching for him. Is that right?
yes,
You obviously saw the blankets and pillows on the couch downstairs in the living room, correct?
I peeked over at the couch.
And you're aware that Karen Reed stayed on the couch that night to wait for John to come home.
I'm not aware of that, no.
You testified on Friday that my client said at the scene, when you got back to the scene, 34 Fairview, just after 6 a.m., that she said, I hit him 3 times. She declared it, correct?
Correct.
Not once, not twice, 3 times. I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, correct?
Correct.
You have a very specific memory of that event, do you not?
I do.
Obviously, that's an incredibly impactful thing for you to remember, Is that right?
It was an impactful statement, yes.
And you remember it today as well as you remembered it the day she did it.
Yes.
But she didn't remember it in her first statement to Proctor. Or to Link.
I may have just a moment here. Thank you.
Yeah, the Wi-Fi. That was a setup. I've been wondering what all this whose phone connects to the Wi-Fi in your car has been about. Pretty sure it's this.
May I?
Yes.
But we're probably not going to get it with her. We might, but we might have to just wait until the defense
I'm going to hand you a
expert.
document. Before I ask you about that specific document, did you review anything before you testified in preparation for your testimony today or Friday?
Yes,
Did you review your grand jury testimony?
I did, yes.
Understood. You did review your grand jury testimony, correct?
Yes,
So the document in front of you, you recognize it?
yes,
That is in fact a true and correct copy of your grand jury testimony that you gave on April 26th, 2022. Is that right?
correct.
You'll agree that your
Yes.
testimony in that case, in that hearing, rather, April of 2022, that was just a few months after the events in question, right?
Yes,
You were under oath at the time that you gave that testimony,
yes,
and you were subject to the penalty of perjury when you were answering those questions, correct?
yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'd like you to turn to the page, since you've reviewed this, turn to the page of that document where you ever said in your testimony that my client said, I hit him, I hit him,
Ooh,
I hit him.
never said it in the grand jury.
Was I asked what she said?
I get to ask the questions.
Well, I'd
Was
like you
I
to direct me where to look.
I want you to look at the entire grand jury testimony if you need to, and turn to the page where you ever said that my client said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
I'm not sure if it's in this document, but I can tell you today with 100% clarity, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him on that morning.
So it's not in that document, is it?
I'm not sure if I could take the time, and do you want me to read to over 200 pages?
May I approach?
Yes.
No, I don't want to take the time. Because you just indicated that you reviewed this document in anticipation of the testimony, right?
Correct.
So you've gone over it recently.
A few weeks back.
So we don't need to read it. You know that you never testified to that in the grand jury in April of
Put it in
2022,
evidence.
don't you?
I don't know that as a fact. I would have to reread 222 pages or however long it is.
You think you might have missed it when you reviewed your testimony in anticipation for, I'm sorry, when you reviewed your transcript in anticipation for your testimony?
Objection.
Hello.
I read it a few weeks ago,
It's probably the most powerful part of your testimony, ma'am.
and I will never forget it.
Objection.
Okay, so that's stricken.
Would you agree? Do you think that's a powerful part of your testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
It is, yes.
Did you see it in the transcript?
I cannot recall. It's over 200 pages.
Just tell him that Lally will point it
Yes.
out to you if it's there. And leave it at that. Lally can bring it up on redirect, can he?
These are select pages
Mhm.
out of your grand jury testimony. Isn't it true, Ms. McCabe, that you were asked when you testified no fewer than 12 times what my client said, either at the scene or on the way to the scene?
At the scene, I was asked twice, according to this.
My question is, isn't it true that in April of 2022, you testified
That makes it
no
better that you
fewer
didn't
than
say.
12 times, 12 separate statements you gave about what my client's statements were, either at the scene or in the car ride on the, leading up to go into the scene. You remember that?
I do.
Okay, so on page 190 of what you're looking at,
Mhm.
these should all be highlighted.
It is.
You testified that my client said to you over the phone at 4:53 a.m., she asked the question, did I hit him? You see that?
I do.
Number two, on page 192, talking about when y'all were in the car on the way to the scene, Karen asked the question, could I have hit him? You see that?
Yes.
Page 193, lines 1 through 2. You testified that in the car, once again, she asked the question, could she have hit him? You were relaying that, meaning could I have hit him, correct?
Correct.
Page 193, line 23. In John's driveway, she asked the question, quote, and she's asking if she could have hit him.
Yes.
Page 201, driving to Fairview. She asked the question, what if I hit him? And could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
Page 202, lines 1 through 2. While driving to Fairview, she asked the question, could I have hit him?
Correct.
Page 208, lines 24 through 25, outside at Fairview, she asked the question, did I hit him? And went on to ask, could I have hit him? Correct?
Correct.
And your testimony was also on page 208 that Karen was yelling nonstop in front of the female EMT. Did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Correct?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's 12 times that you reiterated under oath, under penalty of perjury, in April of 2022, what my client's statements were either at the scene or leading up to getting to the scene, correct?
Correct.
Every single one of those, 12 separate times, you indicated that she asked a question, something like, could I have hit him or did I hit him, correct?
Correct.
Not one time in that testimony did you say she declared, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Did you?
The questions that were asked, when she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, that was at the scene in response to an officer asking questions. What I just read was us when she first called me, or when we were driving in the car, or when we were at
looking at the
John's
jury
house.
isn't gonna
So
save you
I was
here.
answering the
It's this
question that
explanation.
I was asked.
So you believe that you weren't asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? And if you're not asked the question, did she say to an officer, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him? You're not going to volunteer that she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. That's your testimony.
No, that's
Nobody
not.
believes that.
My
Because
testimony
you haven't
is,
answered
our
a single
officer was
question you've been
asking
asked
her
yet.
what his name was and different things about him. And at that point, she was saying, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Which officer?
I do not recall.
Well, you recall the I hit him. You just told me that was the most impactful thing in the morning.
It was shocking.
So what officer did she say this to, supposedly?
I was more focused on her and her hysteria than which officer was asking the question.
So you have no idea who the officer was even, correct?
I'm not sure which officer was asking her. It could have been an EMT. Someone said, what is his name? Does he have medical conditions? How old is he?
But you were asked that question, ma'am. On page 208, you were asked what she said in front of the female EMT who was asking her questions. And her answer was, your answer was, she said, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead?
Mhm.
Is that right?
That is correct.
That
But-
would have been a good time to offer up that she confessed, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, right?
Objection.
Sustained as to that form.
Ms. McCabe, the truth of the matter is you've manufactured this new story for this jury because you think it helps you out.
Absolutely not.
You called 911 at 6:04 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, Exhibit 36 has already been marked and entered. I would ask to play a portion of that 911 tape, not the entirety of it.
Okay.
With the court's permission, I'd ask to play about runtime 1:30 to 1:45. If you can give me 2 seconds. Yes. Do you recognize the voice on that tape?
Yes, that's mine.
Appear to be a true and accurate, at least that portion, a true and accurate reporting of the 911 call that you made that morning.
It was a very brief clip. I'd have to hear more.
Go ahead and play, starting at runtime 1:30 to about runtime 1:45.
6 years old. 46, how long has he been outside? I don't know, I don't know, he got out of the car and.
Was that you? Was
Yes, it was.
that the 911 call?
Yes, it was.
And what did you just say?
I said, I don't know. He got out of the car.
He got out of the car,
Mhm.
is what you said, correct?
Yes.
And this was at 6:03 in the morning, correct?
Correct.
This is before you ever talked to Brian Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to your sister Nicole Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Chris Albert,
Correct.
before you ever talked to Julie Albert.
Correct.
You haven't talked to anybody at this point other than Carrie Roberts, correct?
And Karen Reed.
And my client.
Correct.
And in that 911 call, you said he got out of the car, didn't you?
I did, because Karen Reed had told me that she had left him there.
Your words were, he got out of the car, correct?
Correct.
You said
Did you make
Karen
any
didn't
other
remember
calls?
being there.
Other than to 911?
I called my sister.
What time was that?
I believe it was after the 911, but I'm not sure.
You claim that your sister didn't answer, is that right?
She did not answer.
But you do know that your phone extraction shows that that was an answered call at 6:07.
If that's what it shows, but I can tell you she did not answer the phone.
And you
Extraction report is wrong.
are sure about that.
Pleading
as you
look
are
to the
with
jury.
my client said, I hit him 3 times, right?
I certainly am, yes.
Perfect. You also called her at 6:08.
I might have called her twice, yes.
Your Honor, I have an exhibit. This may be as good a time as any to take a break. If you wish, I just have to cue it up. It's up to you. I don't mind.
Folks, we'll take the morning.
Oh, taking a morning recess. Time to see that man. Karen seems reasonably pleased. She doesn't want to be grinning, but she is also fighting down that smile at the corner of her lips. She likes how this is going. Yeah, I'm sorry, but we have just spent the entire morning watching Jen McCabe say whatever she wants to say.
So,
regardless
Mr.
of
Jackson, when you
what-
said it's an exhibit, is it in evidence?
It's not.
Okay.
I'm going to ask to mark it. It's a digital recording of a 4-minute voicemail on John O'Keefe's phone. It does include the 911 call. I don't want to play the entirety of the 911 call, but I do want to play the entirety of this particular 4-minute voicemail.
Okay. Do you know what it is, Mr. Lally?
I do.
Okay. So is there an agreement that it's coming in?
There's no objection to it.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
I just needed to know if it would make sense for me to review it if there was an objection.
Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
Okay, so I have heard about this, but I don't know much of the details.
Hey there, Karen Reed trial
You guys
watchers.
might
This is
have
a
to
law
fill
and
me
crime
in.
legal.
Sorry, Jesse, I'm going to mute you there. You guys might have to fill me in on the details because there's been this great mystery about John's phone, right? Nobody at the scene recovered John's phone, but we know that there's data from John's phone. So where was John's phone this entire time? Seems like apparently he left it in Karen's car. I feel like this is just one more piece of information that is leading me to the conclusion that John intended to basically drop in on 34 Fairview, but didn't intend to stay. And so the reason the SUV was sitting out front the whole time is because John was supposed to go in, hey guys, thanks for inviting me, can't stay, on my way, whatever. And he was going to go back out to the car and they were going to go home together. You'd leave your phone in the car if you're planning on just, being a second in and out. And that's why Karen got pissed, because he didn't come back out. And so, who knows what she's thinking? And she's thinking he's just whatever. Bottom line, he's being inconsiderate. He's supposed to be coming right back out, and instead he's lollygagging in there. So she gets mad, leaves him a mean voicemail and so forth. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm just guessing. Where was his phone? We know nothing about the provenance of this phone. But there's a voicemail on it that has part of the 911 call. Apparently the phone was recording, or somebody had called the phone somebody had called the phone and it was recording a voice message that could hear Jen making the 911 call, could hear other stuff going on in the background. Was it underneath him? Was it just in the area? I don't know. His phone is a big mystery. Yeah, nobody anywhere is buying that at the grand jury. Jen McCabe only answered the specific questions that she was asked and didn't volunteer any little additional stuff. We saw even in her grand jury testimony the friendliest possible process there is, because she's there for the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth is who's asking the questions to get what they want to elicit. And there's no challenge, no defense attorney present, nobody there to ask any type of hard questions at all. Even there, she won't accept their words. She uses her own. And when she's asked, did you have a clear view? She says, I had a good view. She won't even accept that. She has, throughout this entire cross-examination, only answered what she wants to answer, what she thinks the question should be, not what the question actually is. She is volunteering explanations all over the place. We can see it with our own eyes, Jen. You're not fooling anybody, suggesting that the only reason you didn't bring up the most impactful thing of all of it that happened, according to you, the only reason you didn't bring that up in the grand jury testimony is because nobody specifically asked you. And yet, here we go back to these people are John's friends, and they're supposedly so concerned about finding out what happened to him that you don't bring up the most important thing that ever happened. If maybe the prosecutor forgot to ask you specifically, you don't go, hey, by the way, this really important thing happened that you didn't mention. Really kind of reminding me a lot of that text message, the group chat message from Brian Albert, that to me was probably the most damaging out of that entire series. Not to tell him the guy came out, tell him the guy never went in the house, although of course that's pretty bad too. It doesn't really matter what the context is of who you're talking to and what. Having to get the story straight on that and calling him the guy is pretty bad. But it was way worse when they were talking about Carrie Roberts' interview. And Brian Albert makes the comment about if they don't interview her, or they don't interview her well, that's on them. That's on them. They made the mistake. So be it. No, that is not the text message of somebody who is deeply concerned about finding out the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe. That person would have immediately notified law enforcement of what they knew or thought they knew, or a question you should have asked, or the mistake that potentially they made. You would communicate this through so that the right questions are being asked, so that the questions can be answered, the mystery can be solved, and we can have evidence, and everybody knows beyond a reasonable doubt what really happened to John. You didn't get asked, so you just didn't volunteer it. Not your business now, huh? It wasn't your business, wasn't your place. Wasn't your place to bring that up. I thought you were really concerned about solving the mystery of your close friend's death. Yeah, really, really not a good look. Really not a good look at all. The whole let her read the 200 pages. You know, it's funny because sometimes that actually works really well. Got a story time for you guys. I'm doing this trial once. This is a civil trial. It's a partition of real property. Very, very complicated case. This is basically a family that has inherited homestead property over many, many generations. And so the fractional interests have gotten down into like the 1600s and stuff. A lot of property, like thousands of acres, different parcels acquired at different times, held in different ways. And so all of these different, just different interests in it and stuff. Now, in good old days, these two cousins had been able to work together pretty well, and they operated a whole bunch of different agricultural, different types of enterprises on these properties. So they ranched them, they had different farming stuff going on. And at one point in time, they were doing timbering. They were, getting lumber, getting people were going in and logging some of the property. That fell off after like the 80s for a whole variety of reasons involving timber economics and the slopes in that area and stuff like that. But bottom line was, for several years, they had a lot of timber contracts. And so one of the issues had come down to, like, one of the reasons why this family started falling apart and, needed to basically separate their interests at that point so that everyone could go their own way, dated back to these timber contracts and how the profits from the timber were allocated. Should have been 50-50, and allegations were no, there was kind of some not dealing with that on an equal basis. And so at one point, I have the opposing party on the stand talking about the timber contracts, and he makes some sort of assertion about, well, that's what the contract said. We did it that way. We split them that way because that's what the contract said we needed to do. Well, I have the contracts here in my evidence binder. I remember perfectly well. They don't say that. I've read through them many times. So yeah, walked right up to the stand, handed this guy like a 25-page timber contract, asked him to show me where in it says that, and then sat there and patiently waited for tick tock, probably about 7 minutes while he read through the whole thing, and then finally put it down and said, yeah, it's not in there. So it is fun when you can do that. It's unfortunate this is a 200 and some page grand jury transcript, because you're not really going to have the opportunity to do that over that time frame. It's just not not realistic, not fair to the jury, and all that. But I would have liked to have seen him point out, well, I'm sure if you were asked or you did say that Mr. Lally will be able to point that out to you on redirect. Or maybe when there's a break, you'll be able to look over it, and then you'll be able to point out to me where it was and you said it. If this cross-examination goes longer than just the half day today, which it might. I mean, it looks like he is not taking his time to try to get these points out. If she is back on the stand tomorrow, you can leave the end of the day like that. By the way, while you have this whole afternoon and tonight and tomorrow morning before you're back on the stand, perhaps you could take the time to review that grand jury transcript and point out to me if I got that wrong, where it is that you said, she said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. Oof. Well, I can't say I feel like this is going particularly well for her. This is the defensiveness and evasiveness turned up to 11, the explanation for everything. And you notice when she feels very capable of answering the question on her own, like, absolutely not, she'll just stare him down. She'll maintain eye contact with him. But it's when she's flailing around trying to give an explanation for the context or whatever, that's when she's looking to the jury, like her lifeline, like, please believe what I'm telling you here. Don't pay any attention to that man, that man behind the curtain. Don't worry about these questions that Mr. Jackson is answering. My explanation is what matters here. Please focus on that. Just another one of those little things that stands out to me about kind of the way that she behaves on the stand that is kind of as telling as what she says or doesn't say. The way that she delivers it when you are basically pleading with the jury, when you're giving your explanation, it does not carry that same sort of confidence that you absolutely believe what you're saying. It's definitive, and no reason really to question you or your recounting. It's when she knows that she's trapped and kind of in danger that's when she starts to do that. But she is coming across very combative, very uncooperative. To some degree, like I keep saying, you always expect that with a hostile witness. I mean, this is not Mr. Jackson's witness. This is the Commonwealth's witness. She knows he's not on her side. She knows he's going to be asking hard questions. You expect that to some extent, but you also expect people to engage reasonably and make reasonable concessions, not nitpick over every single little detail. What does extensively mean? Well, go ahead and define it yourself. You might be able to answer that question in an agreeable type of way where you would say, well, if by extensively you mean we talked every day about it, then no. But if by extensively you mean we talked about it more than once, then yeah. You can find ways to answer questions that work with what the question actually is, if that's what you want to do. But if you're there to just play games and avoid being pinned down, you do a lot of the stuff that she's doing here. Backtracking all over things, throwing in explanations that you're not asked for, refusing to answer the actual question. Do you remember it? Well, I did it. That's not the question. So not coming off that well. And I'm still trying to figure out where we're going with the Wi-Fi. Something about the Wi-Fi connected. Is that in the router? Did they get information from the router that saw maybe the Snapchat? Are we nailing down Allie with this? Was there like Snapchat messaging going on through the Wi-Fi that they were able to detect? I don't know. I'm really hoping that Mr. Jackson will narrate for us what we're hearing on this next exhibit that he's going to be introducing, the 911 call that can be heard from John's voicemail, because I haven't been able to really hear much of anything so far in these audios. I actually went back to the Carrie Roberts when she first called 911, and it was like 5 in the morning or thereabouts. She calls when Karen wakes up in the panic and is looking for John and trying to find out if anybody's seen him. So Carrie Roberts calls, and I can only just hear very little bits of it, but the piece that grabs my attention is at the end, where it sounds like she's saying there's a blizzard party and or there had been a blizzard party, and Sergeant Good, who is the one who answered that call, the guy that was on dispatch that morning, says something to the effect of, I wasn't able to be there. And this catches my attention because, as far as we know, this was a spur of the moment decision that night, just an invitation to the people at the table, go ahead and come on back to our house. This wasn't a pre-planned thing. So why is it now a blizzard party, and why does Sergeant Good know about it when he wasn't at the waterfall? Don't know when he would have heard about this between, 12 o'clock, 11:45, and when he's getting that phone call at 5, or why he would give any thought at all to whether he could be there or not. They didn't ask him about it on cross-examination, and we haven't heard from Carrie Roberts yet, so I don't know if that's going to get nailed down. But it's just those little details that are there in these 911 calls. And like he's called out now with Jen, you said he got out of the car, and she's trying to explain, well, that's what Karen had told me. But you already said that Karen told you she didn't even remember being here. You had to remind her that she had gone to 34 Fairview at all. She said she had last seen him at the waterfall. So how does this timeline work to where now suddenly she remembers she's not hysterical anymore? I mean, just having a hard time tracking all that. A lot of those little details in these calls, but we can't hear them with the quality of, it's being played in a big echoey courtroom and then it's coming in through the microphones. So very, very hard for us to make it out. Please, Mr. Jackson, if you do anything for me this whole trial, please repeat the things that are there on that recording that you need me to hear. The reason why you're playing it for the jury in the first place, because I can't hear it here at home. So hopefully they know that. I forgot to change the ticker so that everyone knows that we are just on a break right now. Well, let's go ahead and look through some of the questions. Arla7247, show us a clip of you in the ring. Come on, please. I don't know, guys. I don't have anything recent. I went back and looked through some old stuff I have. And it's just, nothing very good. Like I said, I really haven't been sparring lately. And so if once I get my face fixed and can get back in, I do actually kind of want to start back up. Like I said, I've just been out of the ring a little bit because the wear tends to accumulate a little bit, and lately it's been in my shoulder. I've just been having this issue with like my shoulder kind of into my elbow, and things haven't been feeling all right. But it's been a long time. It is feeling a lot better, and I did get my my warm up rounds with the Bare Knuckle Pro on Saturday. So I'm kind of feeling it. I'll get back in, and at some point I'll make you some video to show you guys. All right, I'll do it. Okay. Excited utterance. Hey, Andrea, could the cover-up story get too complex for the jury by the end of the trial? Could we end up with a conviction because they don't buy it? It's possible. This is the risk of the third-party culprit defense as a strategy, is it has the tendency to suggest to the jury that there are only two possible solutions to the question of how John O'Keefe died, the way that the Commonwealth proposes and the way that we propose. And so therefore the jury has to pick between one or the other of those, of which one they think is more likely. You got to be real clear when you're making your argument and when you're relying on the instructions and stuff like that, that you are emphasizing to the jury these are not the exclusive options, and that the Commonwealth still has the burden of proof beyond a reasonable doubt to prove their version. That's what's at issue in the trial. It is not an either-or situation. It is not a situation where you look at just tilting the scale to see which possibility is more likely. You got to hammer on, it's the Commonwealth's burden to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. And the reason why we've offered you all of this potential third-party culprit stuff is not because we know what happened or have some burden to prove to you what happened. It's simply to show that it looks pretty reasonable to think that some other explanation is the truth of what happened to John O'Keefe besides the Commonwealth's theory of the case. So yeah, it's possible. Definitely possible. You got to be very careful with that. That's part of what makes the third-party culprit strategy a high-risk, high-reward strategy. If they buy it, then yeah, great. You're gonna get an acquittal. You're not gonna get like a compromise verdict for something lesser. But if they aren't necessarily sure about it, the question is, do they still then hold the Commonwealth to its full burden of proof to prove their own theory of the case? And a lot of that is just going to come down to the argument. Brian Elliman. Alan Jackson may say memory is a funny thing, but he knows the importance of being way down yonder on the Chattahoochee. Yeah, it's always funny hearing that name. For me, it's remember when. I like me some Alan Jackson. He's good old school country kind of guy. Of course, he did the song with Jimmy Buffett, the 5 o'clock somewhere, which is actually what my dog Buffy is named after. This is a long, complicated thing with how the dogs get named in our family. Our breeder, she will have a theme for each litter, and then you just pick a name that is based on that theme. And so these are pedigreed dogs. They have their show lines and everything. So you have the fancy name that goes on all the paperwork, but then you have their everyday name. And so the long, convoluted story to my dog's name was that her litter theme was pie. You were supposed to have something to do with pie. And so her formal name on her papers is Desert Fires. It's Pie O'Clock Somewhere. Just a play on that Alan Jackson and Jimmy Buffett song. And so then her short name that we call her for everyday Buffy is short for Buffett. So anyway, that's my, it's about where I am with Alan Jackson. Miss Black 1909, same perception of JM, pleased with herself, trying to show KR and everyone around her is below her level. The statement about period blood totally faked. Yeah, did she even, I forget if she even brought that out on direct. I think she maybe just mentioned it really in passing. But I definitely noticed that on direct, just how really over the top and honestly mocking it came out. We certainly heard, all around everybody being very dismissive of Karen, telling her to shut up. Matt McCabe tells her to shut up. Apparently, Kerry Roberts tells her to shut up. People are telling her to shut up when she's obviously pretty worked up about her boyfriend not coming home and then later, being found dead on the grass. But, obviously that was the big standout thing from Friday. Jen, and she has to mimic her not just once, but multiple times. She did it like 3 times over the course of that testimony and kind of trying to look a little bit more deranged each time she does it. Really over egging the pudding on the Karen Reed's hysteria. And I'm not quite sure what the point of that is, because they clearly want Karen to be logical and with it when they need her to be, right? When Karen is asking you to do a Google search, when Karen is now suddenly remembering, I hit him, now she's being rational and there, but the rest of the time she's just this completely loony, eyes rolling, crazy, unreliable banshee. It just doesn't work very well. And so it comes off as simply kind of making fun of her for its own sake, I just don't know. I don't know what else to get from why are we being so emphatic and just so dismissive of Karen, and at the same time this mocking her, this mimicking her and how she was behaving at the scene. I don't know what they get out of it. It just strikes me as just frankly being kind of mean and getting some satisfaction out of you're able to make fun of Karen to her face in this national stage, and that gives you some kind of satisfaction. I definitely don't see that it helps the case really at all. Brett Cormier, perfect memory of what she said in the conversation, however, does not remember his questions. I do not remember a question about a Jeep, but I know I said her car was right there and he just noted it wrong. Good times. Yeah, that's the problem when you know really definitively what you said or what you mean, what you wish you'd said. She knows perfectly well what she wished she had said from day one. But she has a hard time then reconciling that with what she actually did. And so she now can't remember or has to explain around, why whatever she did before is not consistent with what she is telling us here on the stand today. Yeah, I feel like it's a pretty noticeable disconnect as well. And it just is back to the evasiveness. When she wants to answer the question, she knows how to do it. She knows how to get in the details she wants. But when she doesn't want to answer it, then suddenly she doesn't remember. She doesn't know what it means. She interjects these explanations before she even answers it. Yeah, I have to think the jury is noticing that if we're all noticing that. Unsung hero. I worked for the company that provides the GPS tracking functionality, Arity, A-R-I-T-Y, which is a subsidiary of Allstate. Allstate trusts it enough to provide customers discounts. It is pretty accurate. Well, that's interesting. I mean, I know certainly GPS is much more accurate than ping data. Known that for quite some time. I don't know. I've seen and heard a whole bunch of different information about exactly how accurate it is, like down to how many feet. And
Thank you, BBC. Closed session.
So,
But I've-
Mr. Jackson, is it all queued up or do we need we need the witness, but were there any questions first or were you just going to the video?
Questions?
Okay. All right, let's bring Ms. McCabe in.
I've heard it's accurate to about 10 feet or so. I don't know if that's an overestimate. That's about the closest I've seen it be able to get, but 10 feet on a scale of the world is pretty accurate.
Okay, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. McCabe, I want to go back very briefly to something you said just before we broke, and that was in respect of the statements that you attribute to my client out of the scene. You said, well, there was an officer possibly asking questions, or it could have been a female EMT, and I wasn't answering questions about that, correct? Hence, you didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him.
Can you be clear on your question?
Let me rephrase that. Before we broke a few minutes ago, you had said, the reason I didn't say, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him, is because I was never asked. And the subject never came up about what an officer asked her when she declared that. So I just didn't offer it. And then you said, or it could have been an EMT.
Yes, I'm unclear who was there.
Isn't it true that at the grand jury, the question that was posed to you, and this is counsel page 208, grand jury. The question that was posed to you is, quote, so what happens next with yourself, Ms. Roberts, and Ms. Reed? And your answer was, so there are different, police officers getting statements from us. At one point, I'm standing with Ms. Reed, and she's saying, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? And there was, I believe, an EMT, a female, standing right next to me listening to her yelling, did I hit him? Could I have hit him? Is he dead? Is he dead? Is he dead? It was pretty much nonstop. Remember that testimony?
I do.
So in point of fact, you were answering the direct question about what happened in front of the police officer and the EMT, correct?
There were multiple police officers and multiple EMTs present.
So now this is another police officer and a different EMT.
I'm not saying that.
Okay. But nowhere in this did you say that she declared the words, I hit him. Correct? We agree on that.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have an item I would like to have marked as next in order.
Okay.
May I approach?
Yes.
That's hilarious because it's so trite that the prosecutors, part of the reason why they do so bad at cross is a joke. All they know how to ask is, and then what happened? And then what happened? You're on direct, your officer is there to
Permission, I
testify
would
to
like
what's
to
in
play
his
a portion
report.
of this and then stop it.
Okay.
And afterwards, a couple of questions about it. Okay? It's audio only. Mr. McCabe, I've paused the audio tape just to ask you a couple of foundational questions. Do you recognize what's on that audio tape?
Yes, that is my voice.
Okay. You recognize you starting a 911 call, correct?
Correct.
Similar to the call we just listened to a few minutes ago, which was the actual 911 call, correct?
What's the difference between the two of them?
I'm about to explain it. It's a confusing question. I apologize. This appears to be a open voicemail overhearing your 911 call. Do you recognize that?
Now that you explain it, okay.
You hear a rhythmic boom, 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 boom.
The windshield wipers.
Okay, so that was my next question. That would have been an open voicemail that was recording inside the cab of the SUV that you were seated in, correct?
Correct.
Overhearing you call 911 and overhearing whatever else was going on, ambient noise at the scene, correct?
Correct.
Does that sound like a true and correct copy of at least the portion of the 911 call that you heard?
I have to listen to it again, but
Well, why don't we continue listening to it and see if you recognize
okay.
it? With your permission?
Yes.
No,
It's about
really
4
wants to not
minutes in total,
authenticate
Your
it.
Honor.
but she knows it'll look bad.
Pause it. Do you hear a person in the background screaming?
Yes,
Who is that?
Miss Reed.
Mr. King, did you hear the audio recording that we just marked into evidence?
I did. It was very muffled and some parts were very hard to understand.
Understood.
Mhm.
The person on the phone, who was that person?
I called 911.
And the person that was, for the most part, the person's voice that you could hear screaming, sounding sort of hysterical, who was that?
Karen.
Could you also hear Carrie Roberts' voice at various times in the background?
Yes.
And she was, for lack of a better word, trying to calm Karen down.
Yes.
And at some point telling her to just shut up, you're not helping,
Yes, exactly.
because she was so hysterical and so upset.
Erratic.
Choosing your own
I
word
want to play
again.
the rest of this. It appears that this recording is longer than your 911 call. You would agree with that?
Well, I'd have to see.
Well, the 911 call is already ended, correct?
I'm not sure how long was the 911 call.
Okay, this is about 3.5 minutes into a 4-minute recording. My only question is, would you agree that the 911 call was subsumed within this full 4-minute recording?
I couldn't make that from that muffled.
You couldn't tell?
I couldn't tell. So if you have my phone record, I'm assuming tell when the 911 call ended, because I know the 911 call was long because there were multiple, they had transferred me multiple times.
Right. My question to you is, I'd like you to listen very, very closely, and I know that it is a muffled recording by
Mhm.
definition. I'm not gonna do that. From this point forward, I want you to pay very close attention. I want to ask you if you hear a voice, very muffled, toward the end of this recording. With your permission.
Yes.
Stop. Did you hear a muffled voice in the foreground after you heard Ms. Reed scream or yell?
I heard two people talking.
One of those was a very muffled voice on this recording, correct?
Most of the recording was muffled.
The one I'm talking about is, I just played the voice that was muffled in the foreground of the audio recording, for want of a better phrase.
Yes,
You heard that?
I heard that, yes.
Was that you?
I don't know if that was me.
There was nobody else in the cab of the car with you, was there?
I was standing at the trunk of the car, outside of the car.
Terry Roberts was over by Mr. O'Keefe,
Agree. Yes, they were kind of running back and forth at times.
and Karen was over by Mr. O'Keefe for most of that.
Yes,
But you were the one by the car.
back and forth. Mhm.
Didn't hear those wipers move. They were pretty constant.
You called Nicole, your sister. By the way, did we finish playing this just for, okay, thank you.
Nothing has changed in the sound of those wipers.
Okay, that appears to be the end of the tape.
Okay.
Okay. You called your sister at 6:07 and 42 seconds, correct?
I don't have my phone record in front of me,
Does that sound about right?
approximately.
And you made a second phone call at 6:08 and 17 seconds. Does that sound about right?
I did call her twice, yes.
And both of those calls show in your extraction that they were answered phone calls, correct?
I don't have my extraction in front of me.
Well, you've been asked this question a bunch of times, right? You were asked this question
Mhm.
at the other proceeding, is that right?
Yes,
You
and
were shown phone records,
well, if you have them, I could see them here.
you were shown phone records then,
Yes,
and at that time, you were confronted with the fact that the phone records show a 7-second call for 6:07, correct?
Objection.
I'm going to strike the word confronted. Go ahead and ask.
I'll pick another
Go
word.
ahead and ask the
You were
question.
shown evidence that the 6:07 call lasted 7 seconds.
my sister never answered the phone.
I know you want to answer your own questions.
Yeah,
I'd like it if you'd answer my question. Were you shown records that showed the call lasted 7 seconds?
I cannot recall the exact record I was shown, but I was shown a phone record.
Okay, and you were shown, the same phone record showed that the 6:08 call lasted 8 seconds, right?
Again, I don't have it in front of me.
Does that sound about right?
About right, and there were a number of other calls that showed answered that weren't answered.
Well, we'll get to those in a minute.
Oh, boy.
So the two calls at 6:07 and 6:08, at least the records indicate about 15 seconds worth of open line time, talk time. 7 seconds, 8 seconds, right?
You have the record in front of you. I don't.
I'm just asking if you were confronted, there's that word again, if you were shown records that established that based on your own phone extraction, your phone records, that the 6:07 call, 7-second call, the 6:08 call was an 8-second call, right?
I was shown records, but I don't know exactly what they were, how long the call said, because she never answered the phone regardless.
You also made another phone call at 6:23, did you not? To Brian Albert?
If you could share my phone record, it would be very helpful.
I'm sure it would.
I know I called my sister and I called my brother-in-law in the house. I do not know the exact times.
That's all I'm asking. You made a phone call to Brian Albert as well, right?
I believe so.
That was around 6:23. It was a few minutes after you had called Nicole twice, right?
Correct.
And that call was not answered.
None of them were answered.
But the record showed that that call was not answered, as opposed to Nicole's 2 calls, right?
Right.
Okay. The calls to Nicole were deleted from your phone before you turned that phone into law enforcement, weren't they?
Not by me.
By somebody else?
I never deleted any calls
Ooh.
when I willingly handed my phone over.
You claim that you didn't delete calls, but you do know that your phone was forensically analyzed and those calls were in the deleted file folder, correct?
I have seen that, but there were 20 calls all in a group that were all deleted. So cherry picking a few makes it look a different way.
Oh, now,
We'll
now
get to
there's
those.
an explanation.
I'm not cherry picking anything, okay?
Mhm.
I'm asking you questions about the records.
Which I would love a copy of if I could see.
We'll get to that in a second. I'm just going by your memory. You've seen these records a bunch of times. You've been questioned about these records a bunch of times, right?
Yes.
Okay. So we know that you called at 6:07, 6:08, or thereabouts, and about 6:23. 2 to Nicole, 1 to Brian, correct?
Correct.
And you'll agree with me that notwithstanding those phone calls, by the way, did you leave voicemails?
No.
When did you hang up? Before it went to voicemail, or was it into voicemail before you hung up?
So it was a bit of a hysterical scene that morning, and I was in a state of shock. And I was just calling my sister and my brother-in-law. They did not answer the phone. I cannot tell you when I hung up because it was a hysterical scene. I was in a state of shock. Everyone was running around. And what seems to be forgotten is that my friend was lying there on the ground.
Oh, I don't think anybody's forgotten that. You, in fact, did not leave voicemails for any of those 3 calls, did you?
Again, I don't have my phone record in front of me.
And that's because Nicole didn't get any voicemails.
Hmm.
The calls were answered, right?
The calls were not answered.
You do agree with me that Brian Albert being a police officer, never came out of the house, right?
Correct. Neither did any neighbor.
I know you'd like to continue editorializing
Mhm.
after the fact. There's probably a time and a place for it. This isn't it. If you can answer my question, I'd ask that you do that. Did Brian Albert come out of the house?
No.
Did Nicole Albert come out of the house?
No.
Thank you.
Oh, look at that. Look at that look.
How many of the initial police officers from Canton Police Department who responded to the scene were you friends with?
I would say I am friendly with Mike Lank. He was 5 years older than me. I knew him growing up. If I saw him around town, I would say, "Hey, how are you?" Pretty much that's the extent.
Anybody else other than Mike Lank that you're friends with?
Not that I am friends with. I knew of Officer Sean Good, but I wouldn't say I was friends with him. I just knew who he was.
Just
And
acquaintances?
you also knew that Officer Lank was very good friends with the Albert family.
Good friends, yes.
You knew that Mike Lank and Chris Albert had a long-standing friendship, correct?
Correct.
You just indicated you also knew Officer Good, is that right?
Didn't know him. I said I knew of him.
Okay. With regard to names like Sarah, Delaney, not so much.
Sarah has a sister that's the same age as my sister, but I had never, to my knowledge, met Sarah.
And of all the officers who responded to the scene, the 2 who actually went inside the Albert home to talk to Brian Albert and others was, in fact, Mike Lank and Officer Good.
I don't remember Officer Good in the house. I only remember Officer Lank.
The reason you know that, the reason you have a memory of what was happening inside the house is because you were allowed to actually go into that home, correct?
Correct.
And you went into that home before any of the officers went into the home. Is that right?
Correct.
You were allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert.
I woke Brian Albert up.
Were you allowed to have private conversations with Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you were allowed to have private conversations with your sister, Nicole?
Yes.
That was before the police ever went in to do any formal interviews of you, Brian, or Nicole, correct?
Correct.
Did you discuss in these private conversations how you three were going to answer any questions for the police when you were asked?
No.
Did you talk about what you were going to say in any respect?
We were in shock. There was
Yes or
no.
Did you talk about what Brian and Nicole were going to say in their interviews with the police?
No.
Did Brian Albert give you any advice as a police detective what you should do or say when you were interviewed?
No.
Did he give you any advice as a police detective what you should do with your cell phone?
No.
Did he tell you that the police might want to get a hold of your cell phone at some point?
No.
Did you two discuss the calls that you made to Nicole Albert at 6:07 and 6:08 and the call that you made to Brian Albert at 6:23?
No.
Did you ever discuss the idea of potentially deleting any of those calls that were made that early morning?
Absolutely not.
Would you tell us if you did?
Yes, because I'm an honest and truthful person.
Did you tell him
You're
which
a lady?
officers were outside?
Do you have to tell everyone?
I don't recall.
Did you tell him that Officer Lank specifically, friend of the Alberts, was outside?
I don't recall.
And then your husband, Matt McCabe, arrived at the scene, correct?
Correct.
He was allowed to come in the house as well, right?
I believe Officer Lank was in the house before Matt came into the house.
And a little bit later that morning, Julie Albert came over, correct?
Correct.
And by the way, Officer Lank, after just a few minutes, then left the house, correct?
Correct.
Leaving all the witnesses inside together.
Correct.
And I can't remember if I asked this question or just thought it out loud. Did Julie Albert come over?
She did.
And then Chris came over.
Yes.
Even Brian Higgins came over.
Correct.
These are all friends and family of yours, correct?
Not Brian Higgins. I had only met a handful of times.
But you consider him a friend.
A friend of Brian Albert's is how I would
She knew not
reference him.
Fair enough. So these are friends and family of Brian Albert.
Correct.
And everyone was permitted to discuss the circumstances of the evening before going into the early morning hours with each other with no police there, correct?
I sat with my family in shock and horror.
Were you allowed to discuss the circumstances of the night before going into the early morning hours amongst yourselves without any police presence? Yes or no?
There was no reason for us to be allowed or not allowed. We did nothing wrong.
Understand my question? Did you get it?
Yes, I understand your question.
Can you answer it, yes or no? Were you allowed, that group of folks,
Mhm.
were you allowed to discuss the case without a police presence?
Yes.
Okay. So you listened during that friends and family gathering, you listened to what Brian Albert had to say, correct?
He didn't really say much.
He was able to listen to what you had to say?
Again, you're creating a scene that didn't happen.
Anything, Ms. McCabe, I'm asking some questions. You don't seem to want to answer.
Objection, Your Honor.
All right, so let's ask a question and let's get an answer, okay?
Yes or no? Was Brian Albert there within earshot when you discussed your version of what had happened?
I didn't discuss much. I sat there in shock and horror, so I spoke very little, to be honest with you.
But when you did speak, he could hear.
Yes.
And Nicole could hear.
Yes.
And Chris Albert could hear.
Chris came much later.
And your husband, Matt McCabe, he could hear.
Yes.
Okay. And then when Chris is talking about what happened at Waterfall, you could hear and Brian could hear. In other words, everybody could hear everybody.
Chris came much later. When Chris came, I was almost about to leave.
I'm guessing that the topic of what had happened was still on everybody's mind.
Everybody was trying to figure out what had happened.
And you're discussing it amongst yourselves. That's my point.
With my sister and my brother-in-law and my husband. Correct.
Who are all witnesses in this case, yes?
Before you left, you said you were about to leave. Before you left, another Albert came over to the house, correct?
I don't recall seeing him.
Him.
Kevin Albert.
How'd you know I was talking about Kevin Albert?
Because you said another Albert came over, and I was
6 brothers.
told later it was Kevin.
I see. So you believe that Kevin was not there when you were still there?
I was in a state of shock. He may have walked in.
I'm asking, do you remember?
I don't remember it. No.
He could have been.
He could have been, absolutely.
And you knew he was a Canton police officer.
Yes.
You had already gotten a call from Michael Proctor, hadn't you?
Yes.
He told you he wanted to speak with you.
Correct.
So you knew at that point that the Massachusetts State Police troopers had taken over the investigation of the case, correct?
Correct.
Did Michael Proctor tell you that the Canton Police Department had been recused from the case?
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask it a different way. Did you have knowledge in any way, shape, form, or fashion, at that point, that Canton Police Department was not supposed to be involved in?
Objection.
Sustained.
Speaking of Trooper Proctor,
I
when
didn't know
you
Kevin
first
was there.
interviewed with him, that was January 29th, 2022. We've already discussed that a little bit today, correct?
Correct.
And he was taking notes while you were interviewing with him, is that right?
I believe so.
You mentioned on Friday your observations of the taillight that day, is that right?
Correct.
You told Mr. Lally that you indicated that the taillight looked, when you saw it, just like the photograph that he showed you, correct?
I told him it was hard to make out and with the snow on it, but it looked, and the picture that he showed.
He showed you a second photo, a close-up,
Mhm.
basically, of the SUV and Sally Pond.
Mhm.
Is that right?
Yes.
And you said, yeah, that's the condition of the taillight, correct?
Yes.
You also told Trooper Proctor about your observations of the taillight on that same day, the 29th, right?
Correct.
That's literally the same day that you saw the taillight, correct?
Correct.
Just a few hours later, is that right?
Correct.
And what you told Trooper Proctor that day was that you, quote, saw a crack in it, end quote, correct?
I told him that the taillight was cracked.
Matter of fact, the words that you used were that you saw, and I'm not fighting you on those words. You saw that it was cracked. You actually said, I saw a crack in it, correct?
That's what he said. I said, I'm telling you, I said the taillight was cracked.
This is another example of him screwing up your words, correct?
You'd have to ask Trooper Proctor.
So I'm asking you, did you say, I saw a crack in it?
I said the taillight was cracked.
So you didn't say, I saw a crack in it, right?
I said the taillight was cracked.
The photograph that you were shown, with the court's permission, it's exhibit 92, I believe, from Friday.
Okay.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
You see that photograph? You were shown this photograph on Friday. Does that look like, does it have a crack in it?
It's cracked. Yes.
It's actually completely missing.
Yeah. And I believe in one of the reports, one of the many reports, it will say that I said it was cracked and missing pieces.
Right. Does that look like it's cracked and missing pieces, or does that look like the entirety of the taillight is basically gone?
Again, in that picture, there are the red pieces. There are some of it still there. So it's cracked and missing. In a state of shock, that was my description.
So in a state of shock, you said there was a crack in it.
No,
Hours after,
I said it was cracked. I never said there was a crack in it.
so if Trooper Proctor wrote that down, that would be an example of him getting your words wrong yet again.
Objection.
That's been answered. Let's move along, please.
That's okay for that. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
I want to get back to January 29th, that interview with Trooper Proctor. After this interview with Michael Lank, you eventually made your way back to your house. Is that right?
Yes,
You went with your husband, Matt,
yes,
and you knew that Trooper Proctor was going to show up and interview you and Matt, Mr. McCabe, correct?
on the phone, he wanted to speak with me.
Is that a yes?
So I wasn't aware, he asked to speak with me. I wasn't aware if he was going to speak with Matt.
Okay. You were at least aware that you were going to be interviewed.
Correct,
You told Brian Albert that Trooper Proctor was planning on interviewing you as well.
correct.
Before Trooper Proctor showed up to conduct that interview at your house, Brian Albert actually showed up at your house, correct?
Correct,
So Brian Albert made sure that he was in your home before Trooper Proctor made it to your house, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Brian Albert was in your home before Trooper Proctor was in your home. Is that right?
I am not sure who arrived first.
But he was there when you were interviewed, wasn't he?
He was upstairs, yes.
And you believe, of course, with that statement, he didn't hear anything about what was going to happen, right? He didn't hear
100
anything about the interview,
No, I don't think he could hear it from where he was.
but you knew he was just a few feet away.
I knew he was up in my bedroom.
We've talked a little bit about your call records, and I want to pivot for a second and ask you about those call records. This is Exhibit 90. Donna, may I approach?
Yes.
Thank you.
Do you recognize that document?
I do, yes.
You were shown this document last week, is that right?
Correct,
This is a forensic extraction report of John O'Keefe's cell phone that you were shown on Friday, right?
correct,
You acknowledge that it's an accurate report of calls found on John's phone between you and him. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Okay, and this shows the calls that you made to John's phone or you received from John's phone on or between or at or between 12:14 a.m. and 12:50 a.m. I want to direct your attention to those time frames, correct?
Correct.
All right, I want to start at the bottom, and it may go in reverse chronological order.
Okay.
I think it does. At 12:14, it shows that you called John O'Keefe and that call was answered. Is that right?
Yeah, correct,
At 12:18 a.m., it shows that John O'Keefe called your phone and that was answered as well.
correct,
And then at 12:29 a.m., you also called John O'Keefe's phone and y'all had a short conversation as well. Is that right?
no,
The record shows, I think it shows, pardon me. Unknown, correct? In terms of whether it was missed or answered?
excuse me, can you repeat that?
Sure, the 12:29, I want to concentrate on the 12:29 a.m. call.
Okay,
That one in the Celebrite extraction, it shows in terms of whether the call was answered or not, the status is unknown, correct? It's on the last page,
yeah,
second row from the top.
at 12:29. Unknown, yes,
Unknown. However, you've already acknowledged that y'all did have a short conversation on that 2:29
no.
call, correct?
We didn't speak at 2:29. We spoke at 12:14 and we spoke at 12:18. We never spoke at 12:29.
So you're indicating that the 12:29 call was either missed or otherwise? Went to voicemail, something?
The 1229, yes.
Okay. I want to show you a document. Well, let me ask it this way. According to this, there were 6 more calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone.
Correct.
Count them, correct? 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. And that's before, or that's up to 12:50 a.m. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. I'd like to show you another document. Or if I could approach briefly.
A lot of calls. Wondering why the car's out there and he's not inside. Didn't maybe see him go in the basement? And had to cover that up after the fact. She certainly didn't acknowledge making those
May I?
calls.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll take, so we don't get them mixed up, I'll take Exhibit 90 back.
Okay. Thank you.
I want to show you one more document that you weren't shown on Friday. Do you recognize this one?
No.
Okay. If you look where it indicates on the left column, I'm just putting my thumb here, the
Okay.
left column, the MSISDN user, there's a number that ends there.
MS.
0142, sorry, 0142.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So I'm going to answer this question before we approach.
I have no idea what we're approaching about this document.
Yes.
Why don't we just go up there?
Sure.
May I have that, please? I know you need to look at.
It kind of seems like they're arguing about the different reports and the evidence, the different evidence potentially from the different reports. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but that the state is relying on Celebrite, and they're bringing in somebody involved with Celebrite to explain, why all these things don't say what they seem to say, which seems like an odd position for Celebrite to take with regard to their own report. But the defense also had other types of extractions done, and that they are not necessarily identical with each other, which isn't really that unexpected. They would rely on different processes, different their different programs. So they're going to be able to capture and track things and itemize things a little bit differently from each other. So that's what I'm wondering if we're getting at here. He's trying to edge away from using the evidence that the Commonwealth has and produced and will rely on and obviously won't object to. And he's trying to segue from that to highlight a disconnect with the defense extraction, an independent non-Celebrite extraction that maybe shows something a little bit different. I don't really care for the camera keeping us super focused on the victim's family. I would prefer that they have a little bit more dignity in this process. That we not be eyeballing them for every little reaction and guess how they're taking it and stuff. Just my personal preference. If I were Court TV or whoever it is that's operating the camera in there, I understand. They want the editorial stuff that might give them something to speculate about, chit chat about. But I just don't care for it. I don't think that's appropriate. I kind of feel like the victim's family should be treated the same as the jury.
Your Honor, just for ease of maintenance, may I approach and handle
Yes.
an unredacted version?
Yes.
Who's going to be able to do it? An unredacted version. Oh, federal grand jury stuff. Is that
Thank you.
why
You're welcome.
we got redactions?
If you look on the left column, Ms. McCabe,
Yes,
you'll see something that says Apple ID.
yes,
Look to the right of it. Do you recognize that unredacted portion? I don't want you to read it out or anything. Recognize that?
yes,
Whose Apple ID is that?
that's mine.
Okay, if you look, 6 lines below that, there's a full phone number. Again, don't leave the phone number out. Just tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Whose is that?
That's mine.
Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'll take the unredacted copy back.
Okay.
So we don't get it mixed up. Does this appear to be Cellbrite extraction of your phone records, your Apple ID?
Yes,
Okay. And you recognize, without telling me what it is, you recognize that phone number as your phone number back at the time and the Apple ID back at the time,
yes,
associated with the phone that you then turned in to law enforcement, correct?
correct.
You've just looked at the extraction report for John O'Keefe's phone, and you saw those calls between your phone and John O'Keefe's phone after going from 12:14, after that, all the way up to 12:50, correct?
Correct.
Take a look at the last couple of pages, page 3 and 4 of your own cell phone extraction report. And tell me if you see a single call listed between you and John O'Keefe for January 29th between 12:14 and 12:50.
Is the report wrong again?
There are calls to a number that I'm assuming is John.
What
I'm
time?
just not sure. I see a call. Wait a minute.
Wait a minute. Don't want to talk out loud too much.
This report has times everywhere.
Yeah.
Right. It's chronological except for the calls that were deleted. You see a call at 5:52 to John O'Keefe's phone.
I see a call at 5:52. Yes.
But there's not a single call before 5:52 a.m. between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. Is that right? Not one.
She's never.
It's very hard to. This report bumps time-wise.
You can look at every single time on the report. There's not that many.
Mm-hmm. I'm just trying to say that
What are you trying to say?
it goes from 7:21 to 5:52 to 7:33 to 7:49. There's no order. They're out of order.
I understand that, Mr. McCabe, but if you look at every one of the entries, there's not a single entry for 12:14, 12:18, or any of the subsequent 12:29, any of the subsequent phone calls that are all shown on John O'Keefe's phone extraction. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
May I approach?
Yes.
Thank you. Your Honor, I would move for the admission of NN as an exhibit.
Okay, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Hmm. Was she shock and horror deleting?
May I inquire, Your Honor? Yes. Fact of the matter is, according to those Cellbrite records and that extraction from your own phone, every one of the calls that you made to John O'Keefe's phone between 12:29 and, I'm sorry, between 12:14 and 12:50 a.m. was deleted and unrecovered, correct?
I didn't understand that report, and I'm not an expert.
When you compare the two, you saw a bunch of calls on John O'Keefe's phone, right? You know, he couldn't have deleted them. He passed away, right?
Correct.
You saw your cell phone extraction, which is the handshake, John O'Keefe's phone, and all of your calls are missing, right?
Objection.
Can you answer that question?
I'm confused. That paper, I don't understand it. It was vague. There were numbers, there were calls everywhere. There was a number of missing calls.
There's a bunch of missing calls, right? You didn't see any of the calls that were reflected on John O'Keefe's phone. Is that right? Yes or no? They're not there.
A lot of calls are missing. I'm not really even sure what's there because the numbers are all, it's all redacted.
So you were not seeing any redacted calls.
The page you just had in front of me was redacted.
It's now an exhibit.
It's now exhibit. Your personal information was redacted. None of the calls were redacted now.
The numbers, I don't know people's phone numbers. I just have them as contacts.
Ms. McCabe, you just said a second ago, and we can do this all day long, or we can just make it simple. The fact of the matter is that report did not show any of the calls that John O'Keefe's phone report showed, correct? From 12:14 to 12:50.
I believe there was one on
How
there.
do you know it's missing calls if you can
5:52.
only
That's the
identify
next
them by
morning, ma'am.
contacts?
Right?
Were there other calls in that time period on the Celebrate?
You just said there weren't. You just looked at it.
I've told you that Celebrate report was extremely hard to read.
Right.
Mhm.
Fact is, there are no calls on your own phone extraction between you and John O'Keefe between 12:14 and 12:50. Would you just agree with that, at least on that report?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
The fact is that you deleted your call records before you turned your phone in, didn't you, Ms. McCabe? That's what that report shows.
Absolutely not.
You sanitized your phone because you didn't want the police to know who you had been calling or the fact that you had been calling John O'Keefe's phone incessantly, correct?
Incorrect. I willingly turned over my phone.
After you deleted your phone call logs, correct?
Absolutely not.
What date did you turn your phone over?
Possibly February 3rd.
How many days after this incident was that?
4 or 5.
So you had plenty of time to talk to that friends and family group and ultimately decide to delete your phone calls,
Yeah.
correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you ever have any group chats with family members who are witnesses in this case?
Yes.
She knows they have them now because Matt told her.
May I approach you?
Yes.
Flip through those. While Mr. Lally is looking through that packet, can I just ask to make sure the record is clear?
A
Did you delete
packet.
any of your calls before you turned your phone into law enforcement?
I spoke with the 2 officers that I handed my phone over to, and I asked if I could delete the personal conversations with my daughters. And they said absolutely yes, that I could.
So other than calls with your daughters that you did you delete any other calls on your phone at all?
There were
Mr. Cade?
text messages. It was actually text messages with my daughters that I deleted, and that was all I deleted.
Did you delete any phone calls?
I do not recall deleting any phone calls
don't
at
recall.
all. I would have no reason to delete anything.
So that's very different than I didn't delete any phone calls. I do not remember deleting phone calls, means you might have.
In day-to-day life, people delete things, but I do not recall deleting
I've
any
never deleted a
phone calls.
In day-to-day life, did you delete any of the calls to John O'Keefe?
No,
Did you delete any of your calls with Nicole Albert?
no,
Did you delete any of your calls with Brian Albert,
no,
with Chris Albert,
no,
with Julie Albert,
no,
Colin Albert?
no,
With any of the witnesses in this case, did you delete any calls before you turned that phone over?
no, no.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Ms. McCabe, I'm handing you a packet of documents.
Packet.
Appears to be about 10 pages long. Do you recognize what's in those documents?
Yes,
You indicated already that you were part of a group chat with certain members of your family and friends.
correct.
Did that group chat, I'm most interested in the group chat between yourself, Nicole Albert, Brian Albert, Matt McCabe, on or around that group chat starting on or around February 1st, 2022.
Okay.
Does that look like a true and accurate reflection of the text messages between, or certain of the text messages between and among that group?
Yes, the ones I've seen, yes.
On February
Can you just
1st
tell me what page you're on? I'm sorry.
Of course, Your Honor.
The Bates stamp number?
2148.
Okay,
is where
thank
I'm
you.
going to start.
Thank you.
And they should go relatively chronologically, Your Honor, page by
Okay.
page. On February 1st, 2022, around 2:15 in the afternoon on this group chat, did you receive a message from your husband on the group? This is on page 2148. It should be the middle bubble, the middle and the bottom bubble. Quote, Julie said channel 4 is in DE. You see that?
Yes,
And the response from Matt McCabe is eating, I assume, quote, ask Chris to ask some questions. Tell them the guy never went in the house, end quote. You see that?
yes.
You look at the next page, the top,
Mhm.
149. There's a one-word answer from Brian Albert.
Mhm.
What is that answer?
Exactly.
Does it appear to you from this chat that Matt McCabe was directing witnesses, specifically Chris Albert, what to say to the news media?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you're seeing?
That is not how I would understand this.
He never went in that, tell them he never went in the house was the story that had been concocted between and among this group of people on this chat, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No. John never went in the house. It wasn't a story. It was the truth. And it is the truth.
Just like she said, I hit him.
Correct.
So according to this chat, at least, at the very base level, this is one witness telling another witness to give certain information to the media that could be useful to the group, correct? Tell them the guy never went in the house, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Matt McCabe was directing Chris Albert. Chris Albert wasn't even at the house, was he?
Chris Albert was not at the house, no.
But this chat is Matt McCabe, your husband, telling Chris Albert, who was never at the house and would have no personal knowledge of what happened at the house, to specifically say, the guy never came in the house. The guy, by the way, being John O'Keefe. Right?
That's what he wrote.
Does that sound to you a little bit like collusion?
Objection.
Sustained.
At some point, you sought out Carrie Roberts' cell phone number shortly after the 29th, or maybe not, maybe on the 29th, right?
Correct.
You didn't have her cell number in your phone?
No,
One of your primary concerns was to make sure that you got in contact with Carrie Roberts before the day's end, right?
I wanted to speak to Carrie as she was on her way to the hospital, and I wanted to check in on John.
One of your primary concerns, Ms. McCabe, was that you wanted to make sure you got a hold of Carrie Roberts and had communication with her before the end of the day.
It had nothing to do with getting in touch with her by the end of the day. It was a friend reaching out, wondering how her friend was doing, who was just taken off the front lawn.
On the 29th.
Yes,
So before the end of the day, Ms. McCabe, you do this all day long. Before the end of the day, you were trying to get a hold of Carrie Roberts, correct?
immediately in the morning, I wanted to get in touch with her.
Right. So you sought out her phone number. First, you tried my client, Karen Reed, correct?
Correct.
But then you found another source for that information. Is that right?
Correct.
And you said just a second ago, you were claimed that you needed that information because you knew that she was on the way to see John O'Keefe's parents,
She was picking them up.
and you wanted to check on them.
Correct.
You've been friends with the O'Keefe family for years, haven't you?
Correct.
So you didn't have a need to get Carrie Roberts' phone number, did you?
I wanted to speak with Carrie, see how she was doing. I was not going to call Peg.
You had her phone number, didn't you?
I do, yes.
So if you wanted to check on somebody, you could have just called her.
I was not going to call Peg O'Keefe on the way to see her son at the hospital.
Check on your friend, that was just too much.
I wanted to ask Carrie. I'm sure she was boggled down and probably did not want to speak with anyone. It was a simple thing. I made sure I got Carrie Roberts' number so I could check in and see how John was doing. Also, we had just been through an extremely traumatic event together. There's nothing evil here.
Robert's number, Ms. McCabe, is because you wanted to make sure that you controlled her story as she left your site, correct?
Absolutely not.
Did you take any steps whatsoever to influence Carrie Roberts' statements?
No.
Because that would be collusion, wouldn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you write a text to the group, including Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe, where you informed them that, quote, and this is, Your Honor, on page 2158, where you informed them, quote, Carrie is here going over timeline, end quote.
Correct.
So you reported back to Brian, Nicole, and Matt that Carrie was where?
She came over my house.
And you two sat down and went over a, quote, timeline together.
Peggy spoke to Carrie.
Yes or no? I didn't ask about Peggy.
Well, that's where the timeline started at.
Did you ask Carrie, or did Carrie show up at your house?
He is getting
And
flushed.
quote unquote, go over a timeline.
Carrie showed up asking to sit down with me to do a timeline so we would remember everything that had happened.
And you wanted to be super helpful about that, right?
Objection, Your Honor.
Super helpful.
Ask it differently.
Sure. You wanted to be helpful to Carrie Roberts.
The two of us were trying to figure out what had happened to our friend.
And so you made sure that you created and drafted with Carrie Roberts a timeline for her, correct?
I didn't make sure of anything. She was the one that asked me to do it.
And not only did you create a timeline, you then reported back to your group, Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, that she was creating this timeline with you on February 1st, 2022. Isn't that right?
Yes.
After you created or drafted this timeline with Carrie, she actually sat for an interview with the police, did she not? That's not in the chats. I'm just asking. She sat down for an interview with the police, didn't she?
When?
You tell me. It's my question.
I'm not sure of when you're talking about.
Okay, let's start over.
Yes.
After this timeline was created on February 1st,
Mhm.
at some point thereafter, Carrie Roberts conducted a formal interview with the police about this case, correct?
Do you have the report of that date?
We're sort of burying the lead. She did the interview in your living room, ma'am. Right?
Froze her.
There was,
Ah,
on Tuesday, 2 officers came to the house and she sat in the other room and spoke with them.
so, using my question,
Mm.
she did the interview at your house.
Oh, they came to my house to interview me and she happened to be there. So they asked if they could speak with her also.
Okay. Did she or did she not do an interview at your house?
Did, yes.
That wasn't that hard. You were present for that interview, weren't you?
I was eating dinner.
You were present for the interview, Ms. McCabe,
I was in the house, yes.
and you listened to that interview, didn't you?
No, I did not.
You made sure you gave Carrie Roberts everything she needed for that interview, correct? Quote, everything she might need for that interview, didn't you?
And where is this that you're quoting
I'm
from?
asking you.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you quoted, I thought it was in here. I apologize.
We'll get to it in a second.
Ah!
Did you tell her everything that you wanted her to say?
No, I did not.
Did you in any way attempt to influence her testimony before she gave that interview in your living room?
Absolutely not. Carrie is her own person.
It's on
But then
her,
you
what
did
Carrie
report
said.
her progress to the Albert and McCabe group in that group chat, didn't you?
Can you show me where, please?
Sure. Isn't it true that in a group text with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, Matt McCabe, you wrote, and this is on page 2159, quote, and we handed Carrie, sorry, and handed phone to Carrie. Remember that?
I see that, yes.
And the very next text is from you telling the group, she's telling him everything in all caps, 2 exclamation points.
Yes.
And then you went on to say at 2:55 p.m., it's basically the same moment, quote, all the stuff. end
All the
quote.
stuff.
Correct?
Correct.
The goods.
So when you said a couple of minutes ago that you weren't listening to what she was saying, that was a lie, wasn't it?
We're talking about 2 different interviews. I'm talking about when the officers came to my house and spoke to her there. You're saying that I handed the phone over, so that would be a different interview.
McCabe, this is on February 1st at 2:55. I wasn't there. You were there. She was in your house on February 1st giving an interview to the police, wasn't she?
One day she was there giving an interview to the police.
And while she was there,
But I do not believe it was at 2:55. It was later in the evening. So I think you might have 2 events confused.
so either way, whether she was on the phone with the police or sitting there in your living room with the police, you were listening to her and reporting back to the group. She's telling them everything.
No, it's not correct. The one that she did with the police, she did in the other room. And the one she did on the phone, I said, she's telling them everything.
I know.
Because Carrie is an extremely blunt person and she was giving personal feelings about the situation. And I was horrified by it.
To the police.
To the police.
And you're listening.
I heard a statement she said that horrified me.
And then you're reporting it back to the group, weren't you?
That one thing she stated, I reported.
You're listening in on a police
That one
interview,
thing, she
correct?
didn't
One
It was a
side.
phone
report
call.
one thing.
One side of it.
You
right?
reported
It was a phone call.
everything.
You're listening in on a police interview, one side of it.
Correct.
You're eavesdropping on that interview, correct?
I'm sitting with her and she's taking the call.
And then you're reporting that interview back, or her success in that interview, in your mind, back to the group involving Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe. Isn't that what you're doing?
Objection.
I'll allow it. I absolutely not. That is not how it went. I was horrified because Carrie's a blunt person, not like me. And she
You're
had
not
made
blunt?
a comment about Miss Reed and Mr. O'Keefe's relationship. And I was shocked and horrified that she said it the way that she did.
You're so shocked and horrified that
I said, oh my God, she's telling them everything. Yes.
you decided it was so important that you needed to report that back to Brian Albert and his friends.
I was horrified.
So you reported that back.
Yes, I said she told them everything.
When you were first confronted with these messages at a separate proceeding in June of 2023, you claimed that you couldn't remember what that exchange was about, correct?
Correct.
And now you just all of a sudden have this newfound memory of exactly what that text message was referring to, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, because Kerry Roberts said a statement and it jogged. I said, oh my God, that's what I meant when I said she said everything.
When did she say this statement?
Probably in the fall. She has made this statement a few times in reference to Karen.
You and Kerry Roberts are still coordinating your statements together.
Oh, no, we're not. It's just an opinion she has of Miss Reed.
And all of a sudden that became your, quote, everything, all this stuff.
It didn't just become it. I forgot that I had written it. And one day Kerry made the statement, and I'm sure it happens to everyone. You forget something and then you're like, oh my God, that's what it was.
I'm not sure that happens to everyone.
Objection.
Sustained.
Let me ask you a different question. When you were asked under oath a year ago, when it was things were fresher in your mind, you were asked specifically what you were referring to, and your answer was, I have no idea, correct?
Correct.
Because you didn't want to tell them that you had coordinated your statement with Kerry Roberts. Isn't that right?
No, that is not right. I did not remember what it was.
Went on to be asked specifically, do you know who you were referring to? And you said, maybe Kerry, maybe. I'm talking to Kerry. And the question was, but you don't recall this text? And your answer was, I don't remember. That's what you testified to a year ago, correct?
Correct.
But now you're talking about some memory of a disparaging comment that Kerry Roberts has about my client. And that's the everything in your mind.
Yes, the things that she was saying.
Quite obviously, what you were referring to in that text in real time, Ms. McCabe, was that Kerry Roberts was telling the police, quote, everything that you had laid out for her in this timeline meeting you had with her, correct?
Objection.
So it's sustained as to that form. You can ask that question in a proper way.
The everything you referred to in that text in real time was what you had worked out with Kerry in that timeline meeting, wasn't it? That was the everything you were referring to, correct?
Incorrect. We never worked together to come up with the story. We have the facts, and the everything was a comment about your client.
You went on in your group chat with Brian Albert, Nicole Albert, and Matt McCabe to give running updates about whether or not Kerry Roberts was actually following the script, correct?
Incorrect. There was no script.
167. Matt McCabe texted the group, Brian, comma, sitting separate, end quote, correct?
Yes.
Sounds like Matt McCabe is reporting back to Brian Albert, following their instructions, we're sitting separately.
Objection.
Sustained.
One minute later, Brian Albert had a one-word response to the Brian sitting separate, correct?
Yes.
What was that one-word response?
Okay.
So it sounded like he was giving his approval for where people were situated in that meeting, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At page 2168, 515.
It's very hard to just look at two texts and try to understand what the context is.
Ms. McCabe, if you don't understand a question that I have, just let me know, but otherwise let me ask the question. On page 2168, at 515, you wrote the group, quote, you listening, correct?
Yes.
And at the same time, 515, you then wrote, cops here again, end quote, correct?
Correct.
That was in reference to the police coming over to your house to further interview Kerry Roberts, wasn't it?
That was when they came to talk to me.
And Kerry Roberts was there,
Was
correct?
at my house, correct?
And a few minutes later at 5:23, Nicole Albert texts, "Call us after," correct?
Correct.
And a few minutes after that, Matt McCabe texts, quote, "This girl could write a book, ... nonstop," correct?
Correct.
So obviously Matt McCabe, along with you, was listening to Carrie Roberts in her interview.
We were sitting in the kitchen eating dinner with our children, and Carrie Roberts was in a different room, but she was going on and on and on
How do you
as
know?
she does because they were in the other room.
And you could listen.
I could hear voices.
You could hear her interview with the police.
Did not hear her interview. I could hear them talking, but I was sitting at a table with my children eating dinner, getting ready to go to a basketball game.
Oh, another
You then
basketball
responded to Matt McCabe. "I love it."
Yes.
And then you responded about this interview. You just testified under oath and under penalty of perjury, not hearing anything about, just hearing voices. Your next text was, quote, "She is telling them everything,"
Yes.
end quote. Correct?
Yes.
So what you said just a few minutes ago about not knowing what she was saying, I could just hear voices, that was a lie.
It was.
Okay.
Objection.
Sustained.
Wasn't the phone call.
And a couple of seconds later, Nicole Albert responds, one word. What was her response?
Good.
Mm. Yeah, it wasn't about the phone call. It's about her
So in
in the
order.
other room.
Those texts say, "You listening?" You say, "You listening?"
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained.
At the end of the day, you were eavesdropping on an interview that Carrie Roberts was having with law enforcement in their official capacity.
No, I was sitting eating dinner, and some of the things, obviously, I overheard, but I was not even. I'm saying there's a possibility if I'm sitting in this room eating dinner and someone's in another room talking, you can hear bits and pieces. Was I eavesdropping? No. Is there some big cover-up story? No.
Well, why, Ms. McCabe, does your testimony keep evolving? A second ago, you told this jury, you said, "I couldn't hear a thing. All I could hear was voices, like muffled voices from the other room." She was going on and on about something.
Yeah.
And then when I confronted you with a text message where you said, "She's telling them everything," now it's, "Well, I may have heard a couple of things." Which is it?
No, she was going on and on and on like she does.
And you were listening on and on and on like you do.
I was probably hearing bits and pieces.
Why was it so important to report back to the group that you were happy that Carrie Roberts was saying, quote, "everything"?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We had both lost our friend. Carrie Roberts was in shock, as was I in shock. The two of us had all this information that just kept coming back to us and back to us. And it's terrifying when you go through an experience and you're in shock. And Carrie was remembering things. I was remembering things. So I was happy for her that she was piecing it all together, and I had pieced it all together, because at the end of the day, our friend was dead and we were trying to figure out what had happened to him together. There was no direction. We were all trying to figure out what had happened, because that's what you do when you lose somebody you love.
Were you happy for her, or were you happy for you and Brian and Matt and Nicole?
For me and for her, because we were going through this together. There was no conversation.
You got the story out that you're trying to get out through Carrie Roberts.
Objection.
I'll allow that.
There is no story. There's facts and truth on this side. There's no story. The story that you've created is not the truth.
Did I create I hit him, or did you?
That's fact.
A fact that conveniently you didn't mention in your report to Lank, grand jury, nothing, right? That kind of fact.
Objection.
Is that right?
That is the fact I mentioned. So in some reports, it's there.
The fact is, you wanted to keep very close tabs on Carrie Roberts, didn't you?
No.
On January 29th, if you look on page 2223, you text the group, quote, Carrie talked to cops and kept it simple, end quote.
Yes.
Okay, it's becoming a habit for you to keep tabs on Carrie Roberts, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
Mm.
You'll agree that over
What Carrie was saying.
and over and over and over again, you're reporting to this tight group, Nicole, Brian Albert, your husband, how Carrie's doing in her stories to the police, aren't you? Over and over and over.
I am telling them what is going on. I wouldn't say it. Well, let's count them. Was there 4 of them? You're saying over and
think
over
that
and
helps?
over and over. It's a bit extreme.
I see. So you take issue
That's
with
what
the
you
way
take
that I
issue
phrased
with.
over and over and over.
Well, it's misleading, I believe.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see if I can try this in a non-misleading way, Mrs. McCabe.
Okay.
Oof.
So at least one of us, I'll withdraw.
Oof.
You consistently reported back to the group how Carrie Roberts was doing with the police, didn't you?
I would update them after Carrie saw and spoke to the police. Again, we were all trying to figure out what had happened to John.
There's yet another text from Brian's wife, Nicole, on January 29th, and this is on page 2226. And she says, quote, we'll get more info tomorrow. Don't want to text about it, end quote. And then you texted, right, correct?
Correct.
What's that about?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
We decided that we would talk on the phone. My children look on my phone. Her children look on her phone. We were working with the police. I was sharing information and everything that had happened. We didn't want it to leave our little circle because we were trying to figure out what happened, and we're not going to go running around letting people see, oh my gosh, they think this might have happened or that might have happened. It was nothing
not?
more
Facts are on
than
your side,
let's
aren't
not
they?
text about it.
So you wanted to keep it, in your words, in your little circle, correct?
Correct. I didn't want it all out there what we had thought had happened. I was going to let the police do their job.
So by definition,
Oh,
the info
that's
that
gaslighting.
Nicole Albert was talking about, that needed to be kept very tight, very secret, correct?
We needed the police to do their job. So we weren't going,
Texts, and Nicole wanted her texts, and the group wanted their texts to be kept secret and private. Isn't that right?
not secret and private. We just weren't going to communicate certain things over text.
Did you give, or did anybody give you any private information the next day on January 30th?
Didn't even give me private information.
So let me put it in context. That text from Nicole Albert, we'll get more info tomorrow. I don't want to text about it. That was on the 29th, right?
Okay.
You saw it. Did you get additional info on the 30th, the next day?
I have no idea.
Did anything significant happen on January 30th in connection with this case? Any meetings, any get-togethers,
Carrie?
anything that you can think of?
I went to the O'Keefe's house.
Other than that, anything else?
On the way home, Carrie Roberts' daughter is good friends with Michael Lank. So we dropped her off at Michael Lank's house, and Mike's wife came out of the house, him and Kerry are friends, and she, jumped in the car and was consoling Kerry and asked how the O'Keefes were doing. And, we talked to her.
So you pulled up to Michael Lank's house on the 30th. That's never been reported, has it?
I guess I never thought much of it.
Never thought about reporting the fact that one of the first responding officers on the case, working for Canton PD, which is considered off the case, you had a meeting with that was unreported the next day?
I didn't meet with Michael Lank.
I see. So you pulled up in the car. Tell me about that again. You pulled up in the car. And what happened?
And Lex, her daughter, went into the house.
Okay. And then you just drove away?
No. Michael's wife came out of the house.
Okay. And y'all had a conversation about what?
She got in the car and her and Kerry are friends, and she was checking on Kerry and, just saying, oh my God, this is so crazy, just checking in on the O'Keefes.
How long did that take?
Well, Kerry's a talker, so could have been an hour.
Could have been an hour standing outside?
Sitting in the car.
Sitting in the car on February 30th. Never came in the house?
Not February 30th.
I said February 30th, January 30th. Never went in the house?
I might have ran in to go to the bathroom.
It's the back end of a blizzard. It's freezing cold outside. Sitting in the car for an hour?
The car was running, Kerry, and they were talking.
Might run into
It's
the
her
bathroom
friend.
because she doesn't know if she's on camera.
Did you have any conversation before your testimony today with anybody about you going to Michael Lank's house on January 30th? Anybody?
Yes.
Tell me about that. Who was it and when?
It was a couple of weeks ago at the DA's office.
The DA's office had an interview with you, correct?
Not an interview. They just explained this process.
I mean, a conversation? How about that?
Yes.
You met with folks at the DA's office. Who'd you meet with?
Mr. Lally, Miss McLaughlin, Steve Nelson, Trooper Brian Tully, I believe, and another woman, I can't remember her name, unfortunately.
Someone from the DA's office?
Yes.
Beelan?
No.
Lynn Beelan?
No, she's here today. She works with Steve Nelson.
But an employee of the DA's office?
Yes.
It sounds like a pretty big meeting.
I wouldn't call it a big meeting. There was, 5 of them?
How long did you, 5 of them and then you? Right?
My daughter Allie came with me also.
The meeting's getting bigger. Anybody else?
No, we both went.
Was Allie in the room when you were, I was going to say interviewed, but you take issue with every word I use. When you were talked to by the DA?
Allie and I were both in the room when they went over everything, how this all works, because this is all brand new to us. And then they asked me to leave the room.
Really? Because you've testified at 2 grand juries.
You were about to say, and I lost the end of that sentence, when they received what?
I didn't mean the word received.
Did you receive anything?
No, I looked at my grand jury notes.
Now, at this meeting, was anybody taking notes?
No.
You have a bunch of lawyers and DAs, and nobody has a notepad in front of them? Like notes?
I believe Mr. Lally had a number of folders on the table.
Taking notes?
I do not believe anyone was taking notes. It was a casual meeting to explain this process.
Was that meeting recorded in any way that you're aware of?
No.
How long did the meeting last?
Allie and I were probably in the room, I don't know, approximately 20 minutes. Then I left and they spoke with her. And then I went back in and they spoke with me.
How long did they speak with you?
Honestly, maybe half hour.
And during that half hour to an hour, did they go over with you what they expected your testimony to be?
They never spoke about what they expected my testimony to be. They just showed me some pictures that might be shown. I listened to the 911,
What pictures?
just of the house and how I'd be asked to, show, okay, we're going to put a picture of the house and they'll have a laser.
Okay, when we started this conversation, it was because you said, in answer to my question, was anything ever brought up to you about this meeting at Lank's house?
Mhm.
You said yes.
Mhm.
So obviously they did talk to you about your testimony. It wasn't just about the process, correct?
I asked what discovery had been turned in regard to me.
So you wanted to prepare to make sure that you knew what you might be asked on cross-examination, correct?
I wanted to know what was coming. Yes.
And you knew that one of the things was coming after this meet. Well, let me ask it a different way. During this meeting, did Mr. Lally tell you one of the things that's going to be coming is you had an off-the-books meeting at Lank's house for 45 minutes? Tell you that?
No, that's not how I was told.
Did he tell you that the defense had uncovered a report that established that you were actually at Michael Lank's house for 45 minutes that had never been reported to the defense or the prosecution before the phone extraction had been done? Did he tell you that?
I was asked, oh, were you at Michael Lank's on the 30th?
So you've had a lot of time to come up with a story about why you were at Michael Lank's, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
I didn't need time to make up a story because I have the truth of why we went.
And the truth, according to you, is you pulled up at Michael Lank's house. The first responding officer and friends of the Alberts had a meeting with him the next day that was never reported to anybody for any purpose.
I
Just met with his wife out in the car while the car was running for 45 minutes to an hour. That's your story.
It's not a story, it's the truth. Carrie dropped her daughter off. The wife came out. Carrie is a talker. They started talking. A tragedy had happened the day before.
It is interesting, would you not agree, that the day before you had this off-the-books meeting at Michael Lank's house, Nicole Albert says, we'll get more info tomorrow, meaning the very day you show up at Lank's house.
Again, I never spoke with Mike Lank at his house. It was not an off-the-books meeting. It was Carrie dropping her daughter at one of her good friend's house, whose husband happens to be a Canton cop. That is what it is. That is the truth.
A lot of coincidences. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
Yeah, just hold on.
Yes.
That's, by the way, what did Mr. Lally show you in respect of this issue about this meeting at Michael Lank's house?
He showed me nothing.
He just told you about it.
Brian Tully told me.
Okay, what did Mr. Tully tell you? Trooper Tully, what exactly did he tell you at this meeting about this Michael Lank issue?
He said, did you go to Michael Lank's on January 30th? And at first I said, no, I've never been to his house. And then I thought about it and I said, oh my gosh, yes, I did go there. And that was the extent of the conversation.
You said, yeah, I did go there, and he didn't ask to follow up, like, what the heck were you doing at Michael Lank's house the day after this issue?
Objection.
You visited.
I'll allow it.
He didn't ask to follow up like that?
I do not believe he did.
So Trooper Tully had you come down for an interview. He confronted you with a fact that had never been disclosed before, to wit, you showed up at Michael Lank's house, and when you said, yeah, oh yeah, hang on, I think your words were, oh my gosh, yeah, I think I did go there. And he didn't ask a follow-up question?
He was there.
Yes,
You're spinning all of this.
Ma'am, I do a lot of things.
Yeah.
I don't spin. There's a judge here to make sure that I don't spin. I'm asking you a question. It's very direct.
I do not believe he asked me a follow-up question.
So that was the end of that conversation about Michael, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lally didn't have any follow-up questions.
I don't believe Mr. Lally was in the room.
Who else? I thought you said Mr. Lally, Ms. McLaughlin. I thought-
They were. They might not have been in the room at that time.
I see. So Mr. Lally just happened to, just saunter out?
It was a different time.
So Mr. Lally was in and out of the conversation?
Mr. Lally was not there when this conversation happened.
Oh, so Tully set her down private?
Why was that?
Because I met with Brian Tully and he was not there.
Is Brian Tully taking notes?
No,
He's a state trooper interviewing a witness and
he was
Objection.
Sustained.
Mm. She's going to deny that it was an interview.
The same report that has you at,
So 2
Michael
seconds
Lang's
there
house.
alone for that?
also has you picking up Nicole Albert going by 34 Fairview just before you went to Michael Lang's house. You aware of that?
we did not pick up Nicole Albert.
So you went by 34 Fairview, then diverted, and right after you went by 34 Fairview, went directly over to Michael Lang's house. What was the reason that you stopped by 34 Fairview first?
We didn't stop by. Maybe Carrie slowed down, but we did not stop by 34.
So you drove by, did a drive-by 34 Fairview. Giggles? What?
No, that's how we get to Michael Lang's house.
If the report shows that you actually stopped at 34 Fairview and then went to Michael Lang's house, would we have another oh my gosh moment?
Nope, no oh my gosh moment. We did not pick up Nicole Albert.
Did anybody else go with you over to Michael Lang's house?
No, it was Carrie, myself, and her daughter.
Your Honor, maybe approach briefly.
Okay.
Is there a photo? I really want there to be a photo. I want there to be a ring camera. Wouldn't that be ironic? That would be really karmic justice if after all of this, the ring cameras are what undoes the hoax. When they tried to pin the whole thing on Karen through a ring camera in the early press reports. There's going to be something here. Costs long to serve a cross.
Jurors, we're going to try and go right up to 1 o'clock. Okay.
What, is he going to be done? I doubt it.
Ms. McCabe, we've talked in some detail
Nope, we're
about
moving
your
on.
calls with John O'Keefe on the morning of January 29th. Do you recall that
Yes.
conversation? I want to focus your attention on or at 12:14 a.m., moving up to about 12:50 a.m. You have that time in mind?
Yes,
You've seen the celebrant extraction from John O'Keefe's phone, which Mr. Lally showed you the other day, correct?
correct.
And you went through the series of phone calls that were made and that appear on his extraction report, correct?
Correct.
I just want to run through those time-wise very quickly, just to orient you if I can, and then I'll ask you some specific questions about it. There was a call at 12:14 a.m., correct?
Correct.
That was a call that you indicated was answered. You had a conversation with Mr. O'Keefe.
Correct.
There was a call at 12:18 and 47 seconds. That call also was answered by you. John O'Keefe made that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Then there's the 12:29 and 44 second call that you indicated was not answered.
Correct.
And that was a call to you, from you to him.
Correct.
There was a 12:41 call from you to John O'Keefe, correct? That was,
Correct.
there was a 12:41 and 54 second call from you to him. Is that right?
Correct.
There was a 12:43 and 19 second call from you to him.
Correct.
12:46 a.m. and 16 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
12:47 and 52 seconds from you to him.
Correct.
And 12:50 and 37 seconds from you to him, correct?
Correct.
You saw in his extraction report that all of those calls after 12:18 were missed calls, correct?
In his report that you showed me?
Correct. In other words, the only two calls that were answered were the 12:14 and 12:18. Everything else was a missed call.
I believe so. I would have to refer to it again because I've seen so many reports.
And Ms. McCabe, according to the extraction reports that you've seen this morning, comparing yours to his, every single one of those calls was deleted off your phone, correct? According to the reports.
According to that report, yes.
Let me ask you another question.
That report, like that
Have
guy?
you ever misplaced your phone?
Yes.
Just in life, everybody does it, right?
Yes.
What's one of the first things you do if you're with your daughter or your husband or a friend and you're in your house and you misplace your phone? What do you do?
Oh, I'll ask them to call my phone.
Even over and over and over, right?
Correct.
Could be as many as 5, 6, 7 times.
Usually I hear it the first or second time.
Looking for a buzz or a ring, isn't that right?
Correct.
And you might do that if you're searching for a missing phone, correct?
Correct.
With regard to the calls that were deleted from your phone, you were asked about this under oath at another proceeding, weren't you?
Correct.
And you claimed at another proceeding that you had an explanation for all these missed calls, starting at 12:29, 12:41, 12:41, 12:43, 12:46, 12:47, 12:50. You have an explanation for that, right?
Can I see the report?
I'm asking you about your prior testimony.
And I'm asking,
About these calls,
yes, I'm asking, can I see it?
No,
Please.
we're asking you
I'm
if
asking
you
you a different
remember.
question. At this other proceeding, which
Mhm.
you were under oath,
Yes.
you explained that these calls were what? These missed calls, incessant missed calls. What were they? You used a word. Matter of fact, 2 words.
I believe I used the word butt dials.
Ooh.
You claimed that every one of these calls was a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
So according to you, you literally butt dialed John O'Keefe's phone 6 times in the span of 19 minutes. Is that right?
I don't remember making any of those calls. So my assumption is I put my phone in my back pocket and that was it.
When you dial someone by mistake, you hit a button, set your phone down, the phone has to be open. You'll agree with that, right?
Correct.
Can't be locked. It takes several iterations of movement to get a phone open. Face ID or password, right?
Correct.
So when you hit the button by mistake, walk away, that's a butt dial. You can call butt dials. What happens with the call?
I assume it goes to voicemail.
It's a good assumption, because that's exactly what it does, isn't it? You've had a phone for a lot of years, right?
Yes.
It rings and rings and rings until it goes to voicemail.
Correct.
So in order to hang up that butt dial, you have to interact with that phone yet again, don't you?
Yes.
So if you had 6 butt dials, 7, I think it's 7 butt dials, you'd not only have to
Awful lot of butt
interact with the
dials.
phone once to butt dial John, you'd then have to interact with it every single time to turn off that phone ringer so it doesn't go to voicemail, wouldn't you?
I suppose.
Which makes 14 interfaces with that phone over the course of 19 minutes. Is that right?
Yes, butt dial, butt hang
I
up,
mean,
butt
I guess I
redial.
don't have it all right in front of me, but there were also text messages I was sending. So again, maybe
Probably
I
'cause you
said, oh
deleted all
shoot, I
those.
called them and then I turned it off.
But your claim is you don't remember those incessant butt dials and those incessant hangups at all, correct?
I honestly don't.
So you would have had to forget that you interacted with, by the way, you'll agree that the phone extraction showed that John O'Keefe got no voice from you, right?
I didn't look, but
So that means you would have had to interact with that phone 14 times over the course of 19 minutes at the exact time frame that the Commonwealth suggests John O'Keefe lost his life.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask that differently, and this will be your last question for today, please.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mm.
The period between 12:29 and 12:50, which is the exact period that you were, quote, butt dialing John multiple times. That's also the exact period that John O'Keefe was rendered incapacitated. Isn't that right?
Objection.
That's sustained. We'll start up again tomorrow, okay?
Thank you.
All right, folks, so I'm going to want to stay there and walk out with it. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so jurors, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
More?
investigation.
We get more tomorrow? Is
If
it
you happen to
Christmas?
see here or read anything about the case, please just do that. Now, tomorrow will be a full day.
Wow.
It's going to be very hot. You'll see this courtroom fluctuates. It could be really cold in here, could be really hot in here. So maybe bring us sweaters. All right, we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
You're closing and leaving your notebooks. All right.
He's only just gotten started, hasn't even hit her with toss long to die in cold. Yeah, he's gonna work through the butt dials, the meetings with the police that didn't get reported, the group text. He's gonna go through all of that before he gets to toss long to die in cold, so that we can stare at the video, see her lie about it, and yeah, it's going to tie in with all those facts she's been giving us so far.
Mr. Lally, who else might you have tomorrow?
Robert?
So Ms. Roberts would be next. Laura Sullivan, Marietta Sullivan, and then I think it would be Mr. Higgins after that.
Okay.
Mm.
All right. It's not likely we'll get through all of those, correct?
Probably not.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. We'll see you tomorrow.
All rise for the court, please.
Jim, I'll see you too.
Sure.
Well, fun few days coming up, huh? I don't know who Larry and Marietta Sullivan are. No idea who they are. We haven't heard anything about them so far in the trial. But
hey there,
Brian
Karen Reed trial
Higgins,
watchers. This is a long.
I certainly know who Brian Higgins is. So this is quite a lineup. Carrie Roberts likes to talk and talk and talk and talk and talk, huh? She likes to go on and on. Is she gonna go on and on and on the stand, or is she gonna be tight-lipped and not have a lot to say? That'll sure be interesting. Well, yeah. Can't look at this and say that Jen McCabe had a great day, and don't think it's gonna get any better. I feel like a lot of softening up, some hard hits, but nothing real. She hasn't been stunned. She hasn't been put down, not at this point, but she's very crafty. All the, can I look at what you're saying? Can I see it? Not addressing the, do I remember it independently or not, but really, really, really wanting to see what's out there, to such an extent that even during the interview with the DA to prep for trial, she makes it clear that she asked that. She asked about what was going to be coming. She wanted to see what discovery had been out there from the defendant. She wants to know what they have. Oh. Wow. Yeah, shades of Amber Heard much? I mean, I don't know about you guys, but the looking at the jury with the eyes widening and the like increasing, desperation of, believe me, what I'm saying is more important than the question and the apparent contradiction and so forth. So Amber, oh my Lord, major flashbacks there. Remember how at that trial we talked so much about the importance of the show don't tell strategy? It's so much more persuasive when the facts tell their own story. You don't have to say anything. You just need to show your hand and your cards will speak for themselves. You got the goods, you're going to win the pot. You don't have to bluff. You don't have to be fancy about it. You don't have to announce to everybody, see, I have a flush. It's there. It's right there apparent on the cards. Nobody needs to say it. And that's why it's such a tell when somebody has got to tell you all the time what you're looking at. They're not showing you, they're telling you. They're telling you, I'm so honest. They're telling you this is not a story. They're telling you the facts are on my side. And it starts to come off as pretty gaslighty. Really starts to come off as pretty gaslighty. There was a note I made, but now I want to go back and find it. Yeah, we were there trying to let the police do their work when she's talking about their inner circle and why they want all these texts to stay between themselves and their inner circle. We weren't trying to let this get out. We wanted the police to do their job, but you just spent all this time telling us about how you were going outside your inner circle to try to figure out what happened. You were trying to figure out what happened to John. You were not letting the police do their job. You were having all of your own conversations and sitting down and making your own timelines. You weren't letting the police do that. You were doing that. And it's like, it just reminds me so much of Amber and how what she says just really seems so dependent on the context of what she needs at that point in time. Because you cannot convince me that after just listening to you talk about how you guys all talked amongst each other at the table and you have this group chat going and you sat down with Carrie Roberts to talk about her timeline, reconstruct the timeline, you cannot convince me that you were just wanting the police to do their jobs and that's why you kept your group chat private. No. Nope. Not going to gaslight me on that one. Nope. You said it. I'm not going to pretend I didn't hear what you just testified to over this entire morning. And now you want to put that aside and have it that you just want the police to do their job. If you wanted the police to do their job, you wouldn't be in this group text talking about how it's on them if they don't ask Carrie Roberts the right questions. I understand the technique of the cross exam here and the kind of jumping around a bit and like she complains on the stand. Well, it's hard to tell the context if I'm looking at this one thing out of the other, and I get that, and it's true because I also would love to see the entire context of this group chat, which of course the jury is going to get to see. It's an exhibit now. They're going to be able to sit down with that packet. And I loved how he characterized it as a packet. Okay. This is not one or two messages in the group chat. This is an entire packet of messages in the group chat. Is going to provide all the context that we need. I would love to be able to see that whole thing right now. I mean, it's there in evidence. It's in court, public record. Somebody probably can go look at it. I wonder if we're going to start seeing pieces of it, come out on the various platforms this afternoon. But yeah, just really not looking good. If the facts are all on your side, you should have stuck to the facts. You really should have stuck to the facts. And not have to tell me over and over again. Don't tell me you're honest. As soon as you've told me you're honest, you're making me question, why do you need to tell me that? Shouldn't I be able to reach this conclusion for myself? You really want me to believe that. That's why you're telling me that. But it would be better for you to show me that instead of telling me that. So just more of that gaslighty stuff that we got so used to seeing with Amber. So many of the same patterns. not your own eyes. It's what I say. What I'm telling you has more importance than what objective evidence is going to tell you the reality of the situation is. Yeah, well, this is pretty nuts. And I mean, there's still good stuff coming, as we already know. I mean, hasn't hit her with the driveway cam of her not looking at the taillight like she testified to. I definitely want them to revisit that, because Lally just kind of let it slide. No, you need to dig that one in a little bit. You need to make that one sting. And he didn't ask any kind of follow-up or anything either. Didn't give her an opportunity to explain that. Of course, we already know, well, it's not on this part of the video. I mean, did you show me the whole video? Do you want to show me the whole video? Maybe it's on the other part. I hope he's got it teed up to show her the other time when they're on the video. And it shows her not looking at the taillight then too. But then, we already know she'll just make up something else. Well, it could have been at the scene. I mean, this is the same slippery evasiveness we saw from Amber Heard. Not going to be pinned down on anything. Not ever going to acknowledge being wrong about anything. Always having an explanation for everything. And it's this very intriguing combination of being both dumb, real dumb when you need to be real dumb about something, but also real smart when you think it's going to be helpful for you to be real smart about something. And I remember it most specifically with Amber Heard, where she was lecturing the jury about, no, makeup doesn't reduce swelling, but ice does. Ice reduces swelling. And just, getting in this mode of being able to kind of lecture the jury about, how to cover up bruising. This is why my obviously completely untarnished face in these photographs doesn't add up with the beating I have described to you and recounted in great detail, and the injuries that I claim to have had from it. Suddenly she's now an expert on, the biology of inflammation and stuff like that. Same thing with the metadata. It's very convenient to know about the metadata when she needed to know, when she wanted to know, well, what was the metadata for these photos? When were they taken? I don't know. But then when the metadata, wasn't important, like say when you have these two identical photos of your face, that this one has just had the color turned up a little bit. It's like oversaturated, to hell, but it's the same photo that we can see with our own eyes. And the metadata shows these are taken at the same time, then suddenly, we don't know anything about that. A lot of that same kind of vibe I was getting. A lot of the same kind of vibe I was getting there from Jen McCabe. She knows about the phone and the data on the phone and stuff like that when it's convenient to. Knows how the police stuff works when it's convenient to. And then, when it's not convenient, it's not convenient. You just don't remember. You don't know anything about that at all. Not coming out of this feeling like the I hit it landed this time. Feel like that I hit it is starting to get a little stale. They're kind of spamming that one a little too much. It's gotten too unpredictable. The defense is getting pretty good at just popping it right out of their face. And I think, they feel it. Alan Jackson clearly feels it, because he is using that now as the counterpoint, the fact, the thing that, she remembers so clearly, that when she insists something else is a fact, he's going to compare it back to that. It's not, I feel like this is not just because she didn't mention it at any of these other points in time where you would think she would have, right? The initial interview, the grand jury testimony, etc. That's not, I don't think, why he feels so confident in setting that up as the not fact. He's got to be getting a read from the jury. He's got to be seeing how these are landing, and that it's not, they're not buying it. It hasn't settled with them. I could be wrong, but it just seems like a lot of confidence he has for that, to build that up. Unless he's got something somewhere where the I hit him was constructed. If he can nail her down, here's the text message where you guys all decided to say I hit him. She said I hit him. Well, okay, that would be quite a setup. But otherwise, just really kind of seems like he's got a read on something going on in that courtroom and what the jury is buying and what they don't. More of the reports are wrong, more of the butt dialing. Trooper Proctor took notes during his interview, but he still got it wrong. And I'll bet you anything, too, he didn't produce those notes. They never do. The police will always have the explanation that they destroy their notes when they make their final report because it's just a memory aid. It's not really there to be part of the record, which when I think about it objectively, I think I'm trying to be objective about it. Doesn't that seem backwards? Doesn't the most reliable thing seem to be the actual notes that you took down at the time and not the way that you just summarized it after the fact once you had all the pieces and you started to put it together and you started to see the big picture? The actual details are what's there in those notes. And so when the details matter, that's what's going to be more relevant than what you put in your summary, especially if you aren't recording any of these things. You're not creating any kind of independent documentation of what you're being told besides these notes. And I have to wonder, is Trooper Proctor gotten the memo? Has he gotten the memo that he screwed all this stuff up and that's going to be his storyline here when he gets on the stand eventually? Still working under the assumption he's going to get put on the stand. Did he get that memo? Is he going to fall on the sword, or are we going to have a little bit of throwing each other under the bus here? Definitely already seeing Jen eager to throw Carrie under the bus. Their good friend and that traumatic experience that they just went through, but Carrie's her own person. That really stood out to me. Carrie's her own person. Very, very distancing from her role in that. I wonder, is Carrie going to have a little bit of a different recollection about how all that went down? Just don't know. I just don't know. And she didn't want to call John's parents to check in, even though she was good friends with them. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think, to me personally, if I hear my good friend is running to the hospital because their child has just been found, might be dead in the snow, I think I'm going to call that friend. Oh my God, I heard what happened. I'm so sorry. Is there anything I can do? Can I meet you there? Can I check up on your dog at home? Can I bring you something to eat? Is there anything I can do to help you get through this process that I, as I think a reasonably, normally empathetic human being, am going to recognize that they're going through? This is a terrible time. This is when you need a friend. This is when you need a friend, not when it's convenient to chit chat, not when you feel like it's chit chatting, when your friend needs you. That's when it's time for you to step up and be that friend. So, strange call to me not to be in touch with them. Not going to rule out that Jen McCabe is just a terrible friend. I feel like we've got a lot of evidence of that already. Not a good friend to Karen, certainly. Saw that all through the direct with the mocking and the shut up and all of that type of thing. But now Carrie too, being very belittling towards Carrie, and she will just go on and on. That's how she is. And I was horrified by the things she said about John and Jen's relationship. Really got Carrie posed to go under the bus wheels there too. So yeah, maybe it's possible she's just a really, really terrible friend and thought it's better to contact this person that I don't even really know. Not sure that I've even met before this day. Let's talk to that person and not to the friend. Or is it going to make a lot more sense that, yeah, you're keeping tabs and you're coordinating, and that's going to be, I have to anticipate something we're going to see tomorrow. This is one thing I have seen that I'm pretty sure is coming. Awful lot of text messages text messages or phone calls or whatever with Carrie Roberts. Actually, now I think about it, they were phone calls. A lot of phone calls with Carrie Roberts on January the 29th. And the thing is, you wouldn't need a follow-up that late into the day. I mean, they didn't work on him all day. He was declared dead. They left. People left the hospital. It was early afternoon when the O'Keefes were already back at John's house. We heard testimony from Paul and Aaron about that, and when Karen showed up and everything. So why are you still contacting Carrie to check in with the O'Keefes like 5, 6, 7 in the evening? It's not going to work as an explanation anymore. You don't need any more updates. You already know what happened. He passed away and they all left. Now again is the time. Why wouldn't you contact the O'Keefes directly? Give them your condolences. Offer to be there to help them, offer specific things to help them. You know, this is one of those things, if you have a friend that's struggling, a lot of people have a very hard time asking for help. And it's really easy to show up and just be like, well, if you need anything, let me know. Well, they're probably not going to ask you. They're already feeling terrible. They don't want to be a burden. A lot of people are like that. So they're not going to do that. You need to volunteer specific things. And this is just part of being a friend, knowing what's going on in their life so that you know, do I need to check in with anyone for you? Can I make some phone calls for you? Can I, do anything to help take care of your house? Do you need a change of clothes? Be specific in making your offers to help people. This would be the time for that. This would be the time for that. I wonder if she called the O'Keefes then. I don't know, guys. Yeah, not somebody I want as a friend in my circle. Holy cow. All right, let's go through some of these comments. Unsung hero. I worked for, oh yes, we saw this one. I worked for the company that provides the GPS tracking functionality. This is the last one that we were talking about with the precision of the GPS relative to kind of the other distance type of platforms out there. So yeah, it is generally a lot more reliable. We're not talking inches and stuff like that, but we're talking it's close enough to get you in the ballpark. And I actually remembered once they were getting back in the testimony. In fact, when I was down in Chile and we were hiking in Patagonia, we're in some pretty remote places down there, like no cell signal for quite a lot of it. And we did this four-day trek up to this mountain area. It's called Cerro Castillo. And it's like a 50-mile total trek over about 4 days, 50-kilometer, not 50-mile. So you're out there. I mean, you're out in the mountains, remote. You go through like big people's ranches and stuff like that. I mean, no development for miles, no signal, like phone signal at all of any kind. But you have this maps.me. I used maps.me while I was down there. It's freaking awesome. I loved it. And the way maps.me works is that when you're in range, you can download maps for like a whole particular area. And so we had all of southern Chile in our map downloaded on maps.me. And then the GPS will track you while you're on this map so that you can see, what's coming up, where have I been? And really, most importantly, am I on the trail? Because a lot of these places, especially the early part of the trek, we were on private ground that was ranch ground. We were like, there's cattle around here with us, like all the time. We're passing the cows and stuff. We're following the cattle trail, and sometimes that leads you astray from the regular trail. So you would sometimes like find yourself, oh, my feet are getting wet. I'm in this kind of boggy place over here. Am I even on the trail? You can go check. And boy, that thing was pretty precise when it came to, I'm like 10 feet south the wrong way. I need to go and turn that way. It'll tell you the location you need to go because you can see that, take you right back up into the direction of where you need to be. It was extremely reliable, extremely helpful, and very, very precise when it came to that level of measurement. So if something like maps.me has it, does Life 360 have it? I don't know. I would need to have a pretty good reason, I think, to think that it doesn't. Britt Cormier. I think she did not complete that sentence. I was answering the question I was asked, unlike all the questions today. Yeah, exactly. When her explanation for not mentioning the I hit him at the grand jury grand jury hearing is just I wasn't asked. I mean, yes, we can see for ourselves how you have answered all of the questions coming up to this point with whatever information you wanted to volunteer. You're there to tell your story to the jury, not to answer the defense's questions. You'll answer the defense's questions if it's helpful to you. And if it's not, you'll dance around it. You'll try to avoid it. You'll try to obfuscate. You'll, feign confusion. You'll not know what you're looking at. We can see with our own eyes what's happening. So yeah, I agree. That's probably how she should have answered the question. Stacy M with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Stacy. Appreciate your support for the channel. Design Rhythm. Yeah, here we go. Same thing. I use a GPS app on the Pacific Crest Trail. It will tell us when we are a few feet off the trail, perfectly in the middle of the mountains. Yeah, exactly my experience. Was it Maps.me that you used? I'm just curious. I would love to know. Yeah, I mean, precise to a degree that I was honestly just surprised that it had worked that well. I almost didn't even use the program because I was so skeptical. I'm like, well, it's not really going to be that helpful. But as it turned out, yes, it was enormously helpful. More than once, a couple of times when we were just even, like I said, 5-10 feet off the trail, not sure exactly where we were, and it was able to get us reoriented. Okay, I see. Design Mile, Half Mile was the app from Design Rhythm. So apparently multiple options available that are all really, really good at this type of thing. Is Life 360 now going to be the exception where all of these other apps can do it very well, but Life 360 can't for some reason? Well, I would want to know that, because otherwise I'm going to assume it's going to work about as well as all these other programs will. Steve Trammell. Karen was in the middle of calling John's phone when they pulled up to the house, dropped her phone when she saw him. The call went to his voicemail. Yeah, so this is from when I was asking at the very beginning of hearing that voicemail recording. Because of the mystery around John's phone, I'm still waiting to hear. What's the story with John's phone? When was it found? When did it show up? Where was it? How did it come into police custody? Because none of the first responders testified to finding it either at the scene or on his person. And it's just the kind of thing you would expect. You find it, you take it into custody, you document that just like you documented finding a cocktail glass, his clothing, all that type of thing. Phone. And the phone is something you're going to be looking out for right away anyway, because you're going to want to know it's going to contain information about where he was doing, what he was doing, who he was talking to, and stuff like that. It's going to have his contact information for next of kin, for friends and family, for people who are going to help you get in connection with who you need to get in connection with, to make sure that the people who need to know what's going on know what's going on. So it's one of the first things the police are going to be absolutely looking out for, keeping their eyes open for. And nothing about that here. They didn't find it. Where was this phone, and how did it show up, and who did it show up with? This is the question I really want answered, especially now that we've heard about all of these deleted calls over the 18 minutes up until about 12:50 or whatever. And I didn't even think about that. I didn't even think about that. But he made the very good point. Yeah, that's kind of like what you do if you're calling somebody to try to help them find their phone. If you're looking for the phone, that is what you do, isn't it? Any other reason why you'd be calling so incessantly over and over and over again? Well, she certainly hasn't described doing it or circumstances that were going on that would have led her to be so stressed and anxious for what was going on with John that she would be calling over and over and over again. Her testimony was basically, well, last time I got up and saw the car was gone, and she never responded to him after that. So he's supposed to be completely gone at this point. You're supposed to have never done anything else again. What is with all these phone calls? And that is a great explanation. They were trying to find the phone. So who got the phone? Who turned the phone into police? I can't wait to find that out. Unsung hero. The difference between phone GPS and what Life 360 has. I love all of you, like, very smart, informed people in the chat. Okay, thank you so much for being here and adding to my knowledge about this stuff. The difference between phone GPS and what Life 360 has is their data also uses Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, accelerometer, gyroscope, and more to refine data points to an average of 18 inches to 3-foot radius in populated areas. Wow. So yeah, that's a lot more precise than just the straight targeting of your phone. You know, where is your phone on the ground relative to the satellites in the air? They're using all of these other things to help fill in some of that just uncertainty, some of that range of possibility, which, you know, when I think about it, it makes a lot of sense. It's kind of hard for me to imagine data being that precise anyway with GPS, because you think about it, okay, this is a satellite-based system, and this satellite is up so high in the sky. Okay, you got your little globe down here. I can't even, like, put my fingers, you know, far enough to really express how far away they are. And so it's operating by triangulation, right? The location of the Earth is here. You got all these different satellites, and they're all connecting at these points on the Earth. But at that type of distance, the angle of incidence between the point on the ground and the satellite, it's gonna just be so slight. This is such a long difference that to be able to pick it up, like, by a matter of feet and stuff, to me, it's just exceptional. It's extraordinary that they can even do that. So it doesn't surprise me at all that, yeah, there's going to be some variation, just because there's going to be a range of error. You know, there's going to be a lot of this is just done mathematically. It's being done through calculation. So it's going to have, you know, a certain tolerance, just because you can't get so precise at the angle of incidence from, you know, however many hundreds of miles away from Earth, if not thousands of miles away from Earth, the satellites are, be able to get that, like, down to the inch or whatever. So yeah, I kind of expect a fair amount of variation with GPS data, but if they got all these other things adding on to that to help make it more precise, then yeah, you're now going to have an even harder time explaining what's wrong with that data and why it didn't work out. I saw this come up the chat. Brittany Gibbs, get her in the ring with you and stream it, Andrea, please. Well, here's the thing. I'm not going to call her out any more than I called Amber Heard out, because they're smaller than me. Okay. You know, it's not even a thing. It's not even a thing. She's got nothing for me. You know, she wants to come at me, she'll get what she gets. But no, I'm not going to call these. I'm not going to call these girls out. I got a major advantage in that arena. Duncan, Idaho. She sat there in shock and horror. That's all. She's an honest woman. Yeah, shock and horror, something like that. And God, the accent. It's fun. I'm telling you guys. I enjoy the accent. I think it's fun. Duncan, Idaho. This is like watching Amber Heard try to explain how those photos were identical to one another by mumbling something about the metadata. Yes, mind meld. We are on the same page. She could be very technical with her explanations when she thought she was going to be able to use that to bullshit the jury. And I am kind of getting a lot of that same vibe, from Jen. I think she's smarter than Amber in quite a few respects, although I will grant you that bar is low. But I think she's smarter than Amber in that she knows to anticipate the challenges and the potential for getting trapped. She is scanning for traps all the time. I don't think Amber really had the foresight to see a lot of the traps that were set for her, and that's why, you know, she had to just sort of try to bulldoze through, you know, put her bullhead down and just try to ram everybody into accepting her version of events. Jen is a lot more crafty. She's a lot smarter about hedging so that she can't be pinned down as much. Really, really notice this with the Lank stuff. Parked in the driveway with Lank, that I might have got out to get in the bathroom. I'm telling you, she's not sure if they have it on camera. That's why. She knows there might be a trap here. So when she can remember really, really clearly, no, we didn't stop at 34 Fairview. We might have just gone by. Remembers that very clearly. But did she go into Michael Lank's house where she's never been before to use the bathroom? Doesn't remember that. Could be, but just can't say for sure. You can't say for sure because you don't know if there's a video showing you doing it. That's why. David Thiessen is a new member on YouTube. Thank you, David. Welcome to the crew. Appreciate having you. Thanks for supporting the channel. Yeah, we're all on the same page here. Victor Borg Grelson, this is so Amber Heardy. It is very Amber Heardy. Getting big, big, big Amber Heard vibes. I mean, like they could be sisters vibes. Really, just so much of that same energy. And it's hard to kind of put down in words exactly what it is. I mean, beyond just the insistence on you will listen to me and I'm going to look at the jury to plead with you to believe me when I've got something good. The contempt, a lot of the contempt. Amber Heard had that too. But there's just something going on. We already know the body language experts, if they have not already had a field day with Jen McCabe, I feel pretty much like they're probably going to by the time this cross-examination is done. EverAge replay crew today. Sorry if mentioned 100 times before, but the looking at the jury for reassurance reminds me of a certain person, and you are not using your Amica cream right. Just saying, right? I need a little more. Need a little more Amica for my eye there, and you wouldn't be able to see a thing. I didn't even try makeup, guys. Like honestly, it'll heal. It's fine. Whatever. But yeah, the looking to the jury with how she talks when she wants to emphasize something, or when she's when she really wants them to believe it. She feels like she's, I don't want to say cornered, because I don't think she has felt that cornered for most of this examination, but just she feels like there's an opening there where the jury might not believe her. Then that's where she's gonna look. She's gonna have that pleading and really selling what she has to say to the jury, very, very much like Amber did. The listen to the question and look over and answer it. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. And I don't know why she's doing it, why she thinks it's a good idea to do it. This is something that sometimes cops get in the habit of doing. Because they testify a lot at trial, and they also tend to think, well, this makes them look professional, it makes them look authoritative, it makes them look comfortable with the process, because they understand the jury is the real audience here, not the person that's asking you the question. But she doesn't come with that kind of gravitas of the police officer who's comfortable and in his element in here to just impartially educate the juror. She is supposed to be a lay witness who just has simple facts to report, there to answer the questions, and that's pretty much that. So the turning to look at the jury to answer for her, it just comes off as very artificial, because that's not where the conversation is happening. The jury is not participating in this conversation at all. It's between you and Mr. Lally, or it's between you and Mr. Jackson. And so that's the normal where you're going to be looking at during the conversation. Maybe, you're like me, you kind of look all over the place when you're thinking of stuff. But as far as who am I talking to, I'm not going to like suddenly turn and start talking to somebody who's not part of the conversation at all. So, doing it once or twice, like, cause you're looking, you're just checking in, you're just seeing what's going on in the room while you're talking is one thing, but this constant over and over and over looking back, making sure that I'm giving my answer to the jury and not to the prosecuting attorney who asked it. I don't think it looks good for her. It's not authentic. It's not natural. It's the way that seasoned police officer witnesses like to do it. Suggests maybe, did she get some advice to do it that way? Did someone else think it was going to be a really good idea for her to do it that way? Don't know. Duncan, Idaho. Even if she did say, I hit him, could that just be considered an exclamation uttered in shock and horror? Shock and horror. Would it be useful for the defense to put that forward at all, or best to avoid it completely? It's going to come up in argument. That's the type of thing where we're seeing Judge Bev sustain a lot of these objections to questions that really they're not fact questions for her. They're questions about what conclusion would you draw about what you just said. And, some judges are going to let you ask that question. Some judges are not going to let you ask that question. Some lawyers aren't even going to ask that question because there's not really any point to it. I personally never really ask those questions. There's no point to it. And it just gives them the opening, if they're sharp, if they're quick, to be able to come up with something that might take the sting away from it a little bit. So when it's just a confusion like that, just a conclusion like that, you don't have to get it to come out of her mouth. You can just argue to the jury in your closing argument. Remember, when she said to the grand jury over and over and over again that she was saying, I hit him. And we need to make sense of what this I hit him, statement was, because it was all just a question before. Well, could it be that she misremembered, or could it simply be that, she was stunned. She wasn't sure. Maybe by this point she really did think that she had, and it wasn't until after the evidence started to come out that she realized, no, it couldn't have happened that way. Once I start putting the pieces back together in my mind of what happened, I would realize it didn't happen that way. But in that morning, when I'm all worked up, I've just discovered his body there on the ground. I don't remember. My mind isn't working correctly. I didn't even know that I hadn't left him at the waterfall. I didn't even remember going to 34 Fairview. I had to be reminded. Yeah, they're going to be able to make that argument. You leave it up to the jury, but ultimately all of those decisions are kind of left up to them anyway. The only reason really to ask the witness that question, there's two reasons. One, you think they'll give you an honest answer, or two, you think they'll say something so dumb, that it won't be believable. There's really, if you can't firmly predict one of those two things, then really you just are probably better off not asking the question. Just go ahead and make it in your argument. Legal vices. Oh, hey, Jeff. Is there a better place to conduct a police investigation than at the house of another witness? Yeah. All these interviews going down at Jen McCabe's house with all of these different witnesses. It's not a good look. I don't know why you're there. Can we make this investigation worse? How can we make this investigation worse? I feel like we need a bad investigation bingo card here where we have already covered the solo cups and the not taking notes and the letting everybody get together before you interview them to tell the stories, having the people who have personal connections involved in the early stages of the investigation. There's so much to fill a bingo card with. Is there more? Is there going to be more to show us how bad this is? I don't know. But yeah, it's a great point. Just one other issue here with why I don't think it's going to be hard for the defense to sell their the third party Bowden issue, not so much that we're trying to point our fingers at somebody else and specifically say that person did it. but just that the investigation is so bad that how can you possibly rely on the integrity of it to show you that Karen Reed is the person who committed the murder? I mean, I feel like they couldn't have planned and handed a better Bowdoin defense to Karen Reed and her team. NJ Kathy with a super sticker. Thank you so much, Kathy. Appreciate your support of the channel. And Master Nye 666, I assume you sparred recently. Go back to the beginning. I did spar recently. I sparred on Saturday. So if you start from the top, you'll get the whole story, why my face is all messed up, and how that sparring went. I will be doing it again soon. You know, it was fun. It was fun to get back in and move back around. You do get ring rust like shockingly fast. And it isn't just, I mean, I talked about the conditioning. The conditioning, once you're out of the ring for a while, is just you fall off so fast because it is literally like having different gears in an engine. It's one thing to stand and hit the bag and work really hard, but when somebody else is coming back at you and they're hitting back, you just have to be able to shift into a gear that basically why I love the sport so much. You cannot make yourself work that hard on your own initiative. You require somebody else trying to hurt you to get you to step it up to that level. So when you don't do it for a while, it just, you fall off really fast. That it's like the 9,000 RPM rev, on the engine, the red line. You lose the ability to do that. You can rev up to maybe like 4,000 or something like that. So it takes a while to get back into to get that baseline conditioning back up. But ring rust is just being able to see things that are coming, being able to have your timing down, your reactions down, a lot of little stuff that you notice. And so, like I said, I had fun this weekend, but I'm looking forward to getting back, getting sharp again. It's just really, really nothing like it. Really do enjoy it. And, people ask me all the time, how do you do it? Isn't it awful getting hit in the face? When you've been hit in the face thousands of times, it really stops being that big of a deal. No, granted, you don't like it. You never like it. It's always, it annoys you, but it's not annoying because like, oh, that really hurts or something. It really doesn't. I would so much rather get hit in my face, get hit in my head than get hit a good body shot. Oh my Lord, a good body shot will have you suffering for a long time. But, a punch to the head, it just, might knock you, might stun you a little bit, but mostly it's just annoying because it tells you, oh, I made a mistake. I did something wrong. I wasn't covering right. I slipped the wrong way. Just something happened where they got through my guard or whatever. And they were able to land on me. So now that's like a point I got to make up. It's annoying. It really doesn't hurt that much. If anybody is, considering maybe someday I'd like to get in a ring and spar, but you're really worried it's going to hurt my face so much. Everybody's got different tolerances for that kind of thing, of course, but I'm just here to tell you it's not that bad. It could be way worse. You're going to be a lot more unhappy when you catch one in the solar plexus or you catch one in the liver or you catch a rib shot. Oh my God, you get your rib busted up and there's nothing you can do about that. Like there's no cast. If you break a rib or like get the cartilage inflamed or something like that, get it a little bit separated. It just hurts every time you breathe for like 6 months, so that's always a fun one. Please punch me in the face before you get me like in the armpit. It's terrible. Well, yeah, what a day. I still can't believe we get more of this tomorrow. I thought today was going to be the good stuff. And now I'm feeling like tomorrow is going to be even better because we know what good stuff is coming. And I'm just dying to know if he's got any little goodies in the impeachment bag that we haven't seen, that we don't know about. I am wondering, because I've seen some conversation about this, and I honestly don't know the answer. But people were wondering if, because the federal grand jury materials were turned over subject to a protective order, as well as the TUI documents, the stuff that the feds produced, from their own investigation. A lot of that was impounded, I think is the word that they use in Massachusetts. And so basically, these are confidential. And when they're confidential, that means you're really limited on your ability to share them outside your extremely small circle of people that are authorized to look at them. And so the question then is, do these witnesses, are they not able to know what's coming because the DA can't share that with them? It's impounded. They're not able to reveal those documents or that information because of the order that they're subject to. It's a great question. I would love to know the answer. I don't know if those orders are out there that would potentially tell us. If anybody has them or has seen them or can direct me to them, please tag me on Twitter. Let me know where I can find it, because I would definitely love to see that. I feel like so far nobody has been too shocked by what's there, but I just remember Nicole sure did get deflated with those 6:05 and 6:07 a.m. phone calls. The group texts, Matt McCabe did not seem like he expected those group texts to be coming. Didn't seem like he expected that. And so it kind of seems like, well, the stuff that they got specifically asked about at the grand jury, at the federal grand jury, they know about that, right? So she knows about the extraction report, for example. Jen does. She knows, she's been given a chance to explain it before. So she's had these competing explanations. And so the $1 million question is there any good stuff from the federal investigation that they handed over that they did not use at the grand jury for one reason or another, either because kept it in the back pocket, which is probably unlikely, or they discovered it after the fact. They get the grand jury testimony, they follow up, they find something, but the proceeding's already over, the testimony's already been had. It's just there in their investigative file, ready to be handed over to the district attorney and the defense. I sure don't know, but yeah, that would be pretty fun, wouldn't it? So far, she seems like she's anticipated what's coming, and so I would love to see how she handles something that she doesn't know what it is. She didn't know that they had it. Yeah, just like to see her scramble with some of that stuff. So, lots still to come on this cross-examination tomorrow. The key things: Hosselong to dying cold. I mean, big key to this case is that search. That's, I think, what got a lot of people's eyes on it, a lot of people's attention. That's what really sold the Karen was framed theory in the public discourse. Because if you, in fact, Google that at 2:27 in the morning, that is just not good. That is not a good look at all. And even just in isolation, it's pretty terrible, because what a coincidence, right? But now we're adding this onto the piles of coincidences that we're already having to deal with here. All of these butt dials, all of these calls that just happen to not be showing up on the extraction reports. Just the all these people leaving the house, going right by the house, looking out the window. Where's the body? What a great moment that was for Mr. Jackson. I just got to come back to that. Love how he did that. The technique of that was so good. He's just leading her through the text messages, leading her through the what I saw when I saw it. And she is so focused on that. She thinks that's what the line of attack is. It's about these text messages. And so when he calls it out for us, he signposts something good is coming here, because he tells us, I just have a question. And my ears perked up, the jury's ears perked up, everybody's ears perked up. What's the question? Where was the body? Oh, damn good question. You spent all this time telling us about how you were looking outside and everything you saw and how clear it was because you could clearly tell where her car was and where it was moving and where the lights were and so on and so forth. Where's the body? $1 million question. That's what everybody needs to know. Where's the body? So all of these coincidences piling up are just making the whole thing look hoaxy. It's making it look hoaxy. I mean, there's no doubt about it. And for all that this is a very difficult burden, I think, for the defense to reach, to surpass, to show somebody else did this and tried to frame Karen Read. I mean, it looks so far a lot more like that's what happened than like Karen Read hit John with a car and didn't know about it and went home. And then what? The next morning, what? Is the story supposed to be that she was faking all of this because she knew he was there the whole time? Is that why Jen was playing up the hysteria and everyone's telling her to shut up and Jen? Is that what it's supposed to be? Are they trying to paint her as somebody who was putting on a show this entire time? Because I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I just that it's not a good explanation for why she would act the way that she did, why this would go down the way it did. If you hit him and left him to die in the snow, why would you then alert everybody to that the following morning? Wouldn't you just wait until he's found? And then, oh my God, I dropped him off. I don't have any idea what happened. You know, somebody else must have done it or whatever. Why would you be running around trying to find him? Just the story of the Karen Read did it angle, it is not adding up anywhere near as cleanly as the theory of the framing is adding up. They don't have a smoking gun, not yet. They don't have a smoking gun, but they sure got a lot of little bricks of the wall, and a lot more of that than what we've seen from the Commonwealth so far. Still waiting for the Commonwealth to show me when, how, why do I believe Karen Read hit John with a car? Still waiting. We're not there. We're not there. And judging by the witnesses who are coming up next, we're not going to be getting that anytime soon either. So Carrie Roberts, after we get done with Jen McCabe, that's going to be good. That's going to be good. That should be tomorrow. Will they be done with her tomorrow? Who knows? I mean, who knows? No idea. She doesn't have all of the background to be able to go through like all of these other witnesses do. Although she does have background with John, I believe, she's the one who went to prom with John, according to Michael Camerano from back in his testimony. So she'll have a long history there, but it's not like, we need to spend all this time talking about the basketball coaching and who's on JV. I mean, we can skip past those details, right? She's not going to have that type of thing. So her role in it's going to be pretty small and her information is going to be pretty limited. So I would think it's going to go fairly fast. And then the witnesses after that, don't remember. I don't know who they are. Larry and Marietta Sullivan. Were they neighbors? Maybe. I don't know. No idea who they are. If somebody knows, let me know. But then Brian Higgins, the next big one we're waiting for. I've been waiting for anyway. This is the part I've mentioned before. This is what got my attention about the case, is when I heard Brian Higgins in federal proffer. This got my attention. TUI, all that stuff. That's what got my attention, is the implication of the federal investigation, the federal involvement, and the implication with a proffer that there is somebody has flipped here. So don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. But all coming up this week. Well, if I wasn't going to live stream, which I'm not saying I wasn't, but if I wasn't going to, well, that plan has changed. I got to be here for all this. I got to be here and see it all. So guys, I am going to be back bright and early tomorrow. Honestly, I'm kind of getting used to this 5 a.m. thing. I'm adapting a little bit better to the schedule change than maybe I thought I would. Getting a little more natural to go to bed at like 8:30 and wake up at 5. Hardly even need the alarm anymore. It's amazing. Who knew you could learn such a new trick at such an advanced age? But things are going pretty well with that. So not causing any issues with me. We got a big day tomorrow. It's going to be a full day, long day, but I'm here for all of it. I got to see this thing through at this point. So see what we get. Might get to Higgins tomorrow. Seems unlikely, but can't rule it out. So with all that said, guys, thank you so much for all of your questions, your chats, your memberships, your support for the channel. Thank you for having fun in the chat. I wish I could keep up with it better than I can. I try to like read through it sometimes just when there's like a break, when I'm not trying to focus on other stuff. But it's hard for me to, talk and read and think and take notes and all that stuff at the same time. So I don't keep up with it nearly as well as I'd like to. But when I do check in, I love what I see. It looks like a fun scene. I wish I could be hanging out with you guys a little bit more. So thank you all for that. Thanks for your contributions, the fun you're having in the chat. So tomorrow, guys, let's see what we get. I might put up a poll. Do we think it's going to fizzle or do we think there's going to be a nuke? What are we going to get? I don't know. I'm pulling for nuke though, but we'll have to check in tomorrow and see. So thanks again for joining me. Appreciate all of you. Appreciate your support. Appreciate all of the nice things that you guys have had to say about, why follow my channel, why my commentary. There's obviously a lot of people covering this trial, a lot of good attorneys covering this trial. A lot of people have good things to say. I support a lot of these other creators as well. Encourage you to check out everybody's channel. Love me some EDB, Nat the Lawyer Chick, Ian Runkle, obviously Defense Diaries, Bob and Jay, when I was just over on their channel last week. A lot of good people with good insights. So the fact that you're choosing to watch this trial here with me, it means a lot to me. Thank you so much. I really do appreciate that. So I'm going to check out, guys. I'll plan on seeing you bright and early tomorrow. And let's see what answer we get to Haslong to dying cold. Did she ever get an answer? I bet we're going to find out. Thanks so much, guys. We'll see you next time.